get into it right here, chat. Yo, good morning to everybody. Happy April. It's a new month, man. It is literally a new month. Um, Happy April to everybody. Hope everybody is doing well tonight. Let's give everybody some time to get into the chat before we actually start this tonight. Give everybody a chance to get into the chat before we actually start this live tonight. So let me actually do this for a second. Let me do this real quick. We're going to get the video going in just a moment, y'all. We're going to get the video going in just a moment. But let me just see what's happening. Where is my thing at? We're going to get the video going. Just make sure you tune in. Make sure you tune in, chat. Make sure you tune in. Just trying to find this, guys. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. What is going on over there? Oh my God. Somebody's at a concert. All right. Anyways, okay. Shout out to everybody that's here right now. Shout out to everybody that's here. We about to get the video started in here in just a moment, guys. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. Um, and I appreciate everybody that support the channel the way you do. But we are going to get the video started here in a moment. Right here in a moment. And why can't I find? Uh, okay. What's up, T? Hey, T, how's it going? What's going on, T? How are you? How's it going? We're gonna get the video started right now. Refresh. Here we go. And that is definitely the one we want right there. So here we go. We're gonna go ahead and get the video started. Aiden, what's up, Aiden? How you doing, Aiden? Long time no see. Alrighty. Long time no see. It's good to see you guys in the chat. It's good to see y'all in the chat. We're gonna go ahead and get the video started right here, guys. First, we're gonna start with the president updating the nation today. The president definitely gave an update on Operation Epic Fury today, and so we're gonna watch that, and also we're gonna tune into an update on Iran's side as well. So I'm doing well, T. I'm doing well. I can't complain at all. I'm doing quite well. I'm doing good. It's good to see you both in the chat. It's good to see you both in the chat. I am doing quite well. I can't complain. Just trying to take care of Dom. You know what I'm saying? Just trying to take care of Dom. But I'm glad to see you two are in the chat, and I hope you two are doing well. I hope you two are doing well. Good to see y'all. As always. T Shouty. It's always good to see you, T. You and Aiden. But here we go. We're going to go ahead and get started right here.
News special. Presidential address to the nation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis at ABC News headquarters in New York. We are
Yes,
coming on the air
indeed.
because
Yes,
President
indeed.
Trump is about to address the nation with an update on the war in Iran from the cross hall of the White House. It is the first time President Trump is speaking to the American people in prime time since launching the war almost 5 weeks ago. Just this week, the president outlined a potential end to the war, offering a timeline of 2 to 3 weeks.
Absolutely.
But it's not clear which
I just have
conditions
had
need
that
to be
boring
met for the
night, but it's
president
all
to end the
cool. I heard
conflict.
that.
The Strait of Hormuz remains closed, though Iran is allowing some ships to go through. Just today, President Trump said Iran is asking for a ceasefire, but that the U.S. would only consider it after the Strait of Hormuz is open, free, and clear. But Iran responded that they haven't asked for a ceasefire, and one top official
That's
said the
crazy,
strait will
Plum.
be open, but not for you. The closure of the strait sending fuel prices worldwide soaring and gas prices here at home skyrocketing to more than $4 a gallon. The president has insisted that those prices will drop quickly once the operation ends. New polling shows that many are eager for just that. 60% of Americans disapprove of the Iran war, and two-thirds say that the U.S. should work to end the conflict quickly. But President Trump repeatedly insists that the operation is succeeding, and the goal of ensuring that Iran will not be able to build a nuclear weapon has been achieved.
I saw gas prices. Where was I? Where did I come back from? I came back from Oklahoma, and when I hit Texas, um, That's insane with the gas prices. Yeah, when I hit Texas coming back from Oklahoma, I saw gas. I can't remember what town it was. Damn, where was it at in Texas? But anyways, regular gas was $4.09 in Texas. That's the highest I saw it in Texas. Now in Oklahoma, you can still get fuel in Oklahoma at like 3.15. If you go to a Walmart or something like that, you can still get it for like 3.15. But here in Texas, it's high. Regular gas is ranging from 3.79, 3.89 up to 4.09 in Texas. So yeah, I mean they're not lying. The average price is definitely $4 because you go to California or somewhere like that. Some places in LA are over $8. Look at Ashley. So yeah, exactly. So still cheaper than under Biden. Some people say. So sometimes uh, people don't like to focus on what's currently happening. They like to focus on and point the blame at the previous administration. So I noticed that a lot with people who support Trump, right? They never really take accountability for what's happening now, and they like to bring our attention to what happened then. And so I always say that Republicans, although I respect some of you guys, but a majority of you guys are quite disingenuous. So and you point the finger more than you actually take accountability. But we're gonna get right here into the presidential address to the nation today, guys. Be sure to hit that like button on the way in. It's $3 in Australia. Okay, gas in my state is like $2 a gallon. Where's your state? LBC. What state are you in? Let us know where it's $2 a gallon at. Let us know.
Earlier today, the president expressed his frustrations with NATO allies who have refused to join the war effort, saying the U.S. might exit the NATO alliance. His words sending chills through Europe and some of America's oldest and strongest allies. You see the president approaching the podium right now. Let's take a listen.
Thank you very much.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Just keeping it real. Like, where is it $2 at? Where is it? What's up, White Knight? What's going on, White Knight? Like 369 in my state. Okay. Get those lights. That people get those lights up. He's got 100 people in here. Only 8 of you has liked the stream. Hit that like button, Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. Um, yeah, guys, hit the like button. Even if we disagree, hit the like button. You're here. We could disagree or agree, whatever. Hit the like button on the way in. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Nicole. 385 Northern Colorado. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, yeah.
My fellow Americans, good evening. Let me begin by congratulating the team at NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite
Artemis
something.
2.
It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown and will very substantially pass the moon,
Mm.
go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury.
Here we go. It's been 1 month. I can't believe it's been 1 month since the United States initially dropped the bomb on a school in Iran, unaliving 165 children. It's been 1 month, chat. 550 in the Bay. 550. I mean, that's the price of diesel in Texas right now. So you're paying that for regular gas? That's crazy to me. That's crazy. When was this address made? Today, Ashley. This came out last night. I mean, well, yeah, last night. I know it's like 109 right now here in Texas. Some places it's still April Fool's Day. Like in Cali, it's still April Fool's Day right now in Cali. But yeah, this came out today. This came out today. We're over $5 in Washington State and have been for weeks. I have good news. Hopefully, I am going to email you about it soon if you're fine with that, Don. Absolutely, Dusty. Email me and give me an update on how everything is going, Dusty. I've been dealing with some things myself personally, but just shoot me an email for sure, so we can touch bases on what's been going on. It would be cheaper if my state didn't apply 75 cents a gallon of tax. What state are you in? You're just telling us your state, but you're not telling us your state. Like he's literally saying my state, but not without saying what state he's in. We're not gonna come for you, bro, or sis, whatever you are, sir, ma'am, they, them, whatever. Cali gas prices are high, high tax, no import oil from other states. Two oil companies pulled out. One of them paid $1 billion to Cali to move out. Wow, 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 wow. Pennsylvania, okay, Pennsylvania. Shout out to PA. P.S. I spent several months in PA. But let's get to the video, guys. Let's get back to the video. Continue to talk amongst each other in the chat. Let us know where you're tuning in from, and let us know what your gas prices are. Let us know how you feel about that.
Targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of war.
I want to ask the chat, and I want you guys to. I want to see the difference of opinions in the chat. Do you guys really believe that the United States is targeting Iran because of a terroristic threat, because they actually pose a terrorist threat to the world, or do you think the United States is targeting Iran because they want to control for one, the Strait of Hormuz, and they want to control how much oil that they're actually exporting and importing? Like, what do y'all think? Do y'all think they want to control Iran's oil capabilities, or do you think that they actually are there to stop a terrorist regime? Let me know what I just want to see how y'all thinking. I want to see how y'all thinking.
Warfare has
Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I hear you guys when you subscribe to the channel. I don't see it, but I hear it. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much.
an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a matter of weeks. Our enemies are losing in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes.
Home cooks, you deserve better power.
Quick, lethal, violent, and respected by everyone all over the world. After rebuilding our military during my first term, we have by far the strongest military anywhere in the world. And now we're working along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas, the second largest reserves on Earth after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the tremendous.
And also too, right? He said we don't need their oil. We don't need, we don't depend on the strait. We don't need it, blah, 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 right? He said we are there to help our allies. My question to you guys would be, then why are many of our allies not helping the United States? If we're there, right? If we're there to help our allies, then why aren't the allies assisting the United States in the way that we would like them to? That's my question. That's my question.
Tremendous progress our warriors have made in Iran, and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years. Their proxies were behind the murder of 241 Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs. They were involved in the attack on the USS Cole, and they carried out the countless other heinous acts, including the just horrible, bloody atrocities of
When they say death to America, right? Because we heard the Iranian people say that. In your opinion, chat, in you guys' opinion, when they say that chant, right? Are they saying death to the American as a whole, like the American people, or are they saying death to the American government and the military? What is the narrative? Are they saying the military and the government, or are they saying the American people as a whole? What do you think? What do you guys think? What's up, Pro? What's happening, Pro? What's going on, bro?
of October 7th in Israel, something that most people have never seen anything like it.
I asked that question because there's many, people who I've seen that actually travel to Iran. You know, they go there as tourists, and they have many tourist attractions in Iran. And so, like, people say that I think many Americans actually travel to Iran. Many people from Europe actually travel to Iran, and because it's an ancient, it's very ancient country, right? It's ancient Persia, but so they have many tourist attractions in Iran. So I'm curious to know how you guys think about that statement when they make that statement. Death to America. What do you think they're saying, right?
This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people who were protesting in Iran. 45,000 dead for these terrorists.
Somebody said, "Who travels to Iran?" That's crazy for you to say that because that tells me that you don't travel much. If you don't know that people actually travel to Iran, that's crazy. If you don't, that's crazy that you actually think people don't travel to Iran. That's wild. Pro, proud of you, bro. My boy Pro said he haven't seen me in a while. He had 1.6, 1.2. Keep going, bro. You got this, bro. Good to see you, Pro.
To have nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat. The most violent and thuggish regime on earth would be free to carry out their campaigns of terror, coercion, conquest, and mass murder from behind a nuclear shield. I will never let that happen, and neither should any of our past presidents. This situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated Barack Hussein Obama's Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama.
I can't really say his name. The previous supreme leader. I'll just say Ayatollah, right? We know that's a title, but the last Ayatollah, the supreme leader, right? Um, I find it funny because over 90% of the country supported him. Over 90% of the country uh, supported and voted him in. Like literally, they supported him. So you look at the polls that Iran puts out, that most of the country actually approved of the previous supreme leader. So I don't know. It's hard to know who's telling the truth sometimes.
Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash, took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work. They laughed at our president and went on with their mission to have a nuclear bomb. His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and they would have had them years ago.
Oh, it's Khamenei, Ayatollah Khamenei. Okay, Ayatollah Khamenei. I can't say it, bro. I'm sorry. I can't say. I can't say the name. Oh my gosh.
And they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now, in my opinion, the opinion of a lot of great experts. Had I not terminated that terrible deal, and I was so honored to do it. I was so proud to do it. It was so bad right from the beginning.
That's what it is.
Essentially, I did what no other president was willing to do. They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer.
I didn't say 90%. I said over 90%. Get it right. Over 90%. Over 90%. He said, I live in Maine and my wife is from Iran. There are definitely mixed feelings. For sure. For sure. For sure.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Those beautiful B-2 bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also rapidly building a vast stockpile of conventional ballistic missiles and would soon have had missiles that could reach the American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes. As I stated in my announcement of Operation Epic Fury,
But who did he get his intel from? Who did the president get his intelligence from? Because apparently Tulsi Gabbard and the IC and Joe Kent and the counterterrorism, they disagree with that. They disagree with Iran capabilities or their imminent threat towards America or anybody in the region for that matter. So who do y'all think he actually received his information from? Was it Israel? Did he trust Israel over his actual intelligence?
objectives are very simple and clear. We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or project power outside of their borders. That means eliminating Iran's Navy, which is now absolutely destroyed, hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten.
Wait. So he's saying now that their missiles are just about. He's saying now that their missiles are just about beaten up. Like, wait, what did he say? What did he say? Hold on. I want to make sure I heard him right.
Hurting their Air Force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten, taken together.
their missiles are just about used up or beaten. But didn't he just say in previous press conferences that their missile capabilities was wiped out? Did he just say that? Come on, like you gotta. Which one is it, sir? Which one is it, y'all? Which one is it? Is it like completely wiped out, or is it just about wiped out? Come on, sir. You gotta let us. Come on. Which one is it, man? Which one is it, chat? Which one is it? Who went there and took account? Trump's cook. They told you on day 3 that all Iran's missiles. No, no, I don't eat pulled pork. Yeah, I used to. My teacher, my math teacher, had some good pulled pork. Oh, but no, I don't. I don't eat it. Okay, really? Wow. I appreciate it, though, buddy. Nope, 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 nope. Anyways, mission accomplished. He contradicts himself constantly. He won't be around much longer, said he's losing his mind like Biden. He ain't laid up on the beach like that. All right, we're gonna get back to the video. I'm just trying to read some chats. Trump's cook. He contradicts. All right, let's get back to it, chat.
Together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb.
What's up,
Our armed
Goro?
forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to prevent our children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran. Twice this past month, I have traveled to Dover Air Force Base, and it's been something. I wanted to be with those heroes as they return to American soil, and I was with them and their families, their parents, their wives.
So he's still saying 13. All right. So one of the leaders of Iran, I think his name is like Ibrahim or something like that. Ibrahim. His last name is Zol something, Zolfagari or something like that. He just put out a statement that they unalived 37 U.S. soldiers today, or like recently. I don't know if it was yesterday or today, but he literally just put out a statement that they unalived like 37 U.S. soldiers in Saudi. Was it? Let me go see exactly where that was real quick. Let me see exactly where that was real quick. I'm gonna get back to the video, but I want to see exactly where he said that happened at. Let me see. The UAE. Iran announced that it unalived 37 U.S. soldiers in the UAE. And let me see if I can. Let me see if I can get that video to my email real quick. Let me see if I can get that video to my email so I can show you guys. Fuck. That's not gonna work. How can I get this to my email real quick? No. Google. Shit. Did anybody else hear that? Let me know if y'all heard about that. I'm gonna try to
Husbands,
find this video real quick.
we salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, please, sir, please finish the job. Every one of them.
He keep
And we
repeating
are
that.
going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form. Many Americans have been concerned to see the recent rise in gasoline prices here at home. This short-term increase has been entirely the result of the Iranian regime launching deranged terror attacks against commercial oil tankers and
Somebody said, why do we need to say unalive? You don't need to say it. I'ma say it. You don't need to say it. That's why I said you can say the other word. I say unalive. Speak for you, not me.
neighboring countries that have nothing to do with the conflict. This is yet more proof that Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them quickly. It would lead to decades of extortion, economic pain, and instability worse than we can ever imagine. The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far with no inflation.
Yo, whoever is writing his script to read off of that teleprompter, bro, they need to take that out, bro. Take that out. I'm so tired of hearing him say that, man. We were not a dead country. What are you talking about, bro? We were such a dead country, and now we're. Somebody say he looks tired. I mean, he his eyes, like, he didn't even say like we are the hottest country. Like he usually say we're the hottest country. He usually have like a lot of energy when he say we're the hottest country in the world. But he didn't have that much energy when he said that this time. But he continued to repeat some of the same catchphrases every single press conference. He is repeating himself every single time. And quite frankly, I'm ready for him to say something else.
Better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that. We built the strongest economy in history. We're going through it
He do look tired though. Don't he look tired, y'all? He definitely look tired. It's too many 3 a.m. phone calls for him right now. Too many. He's getting too old to be taking all these 3 a.m. phone calls.
right now, the strongest in history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were
The United States was dead and crippled. Those are some. The United States was dead and crippled. Really, really.
a dead and crippled country after the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far with no inflation, record setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels that we're getting from Venezuela. Because of the Trump administration's policies, we produce more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. Think of that, Saudi Arabia and Russia combined. And that number will soon be substantially higher than that. There's no country like us anywhere in the world, and we're in great shape for the future. The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated, both military.
Bro, they are not decimated, bro. They are still sending strikes to Israel. They are still sending strikes to the neighboring countries. They are still sending missiles and strikes. They are not completely decimated, bro. I mean, it sounds good, right? It sounds like it's something that you want to hear, but the reality is, bro, they still sending drones and missiles, bro. Like, how are they? If they were decimated, bro, they would be done. Like, they still got a population, so many people, civilians, celebrating or protesting on the streets or whatever the case is, whatever they're doing. Iran is still functioning every day. Like, it's still happening. They're still sending missiles. They still have things underneath the ground, underneath bunkers. Like it's not completely decimated at all.
militarily and economically and every other way. And the countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. They must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. Number one, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And number two, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before, should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the Strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy. And in any event, when this conflict is over, the Strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing and the gas prices will rapidly.
It was not 30,000 who got unalived for protesting. That is a lie, Paul. That's propaganda. That's a lie that the Western media is telling us, but none of you can confirm. None of you don't have any confirmation on that, other than what the West is reporting. But that's that number is definitely exaggerated. I'm talking about crazy exaggerated. Crazy exaggerated. 30,000 people unalive for protesting. That's not true. That's not true. Much love to you, Dom. I'm off tonight to my night shift. See you next time. Much love, T. Thank you so much for coming through, T. You are always appreciated. Always appreciated. Shout out to my moderator, T. I don't know if Aiden is still in the chat. I don't know if Dusty is still in here. Dusty, yep, Dusty's still in here. So that's what's going on. That's what's going. Much love to you, T. Yeah, people are saying 45,000. It goes up every day. That's what I'm saying. Like they don't have any concrete evidence on those protesters being unalived. Really, bro? Just stop it.
Come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought, but we had to take that little journey to Iran to get rid of this horrible threat. With our historic tax cuts, where people are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and it will soon be roaring back like never before.
Hey, yo, chat, are y'all getting real big refunds right now? Are y'all getting big refunds right now, chat? Did y'all get a great, big, beautiful refund this year on your income taxes? What kind of refund did y'all did? I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. I didn't get a great, big, beautiful refund this year. I didn't. I did not. As of 2025, 2026, the United States import roughly 30 to 35% of its total oil consumption. Okay, okay. Y'all got a big refund? Okay. All right then. Shit. Shout out to y'all. Frogman said I did. David said yes. I trust a baboon, blah, blah, blah. Quentin said, yeah, okay. The Ayatollah is your daddy. I got the best refund in 5 years. Okay, that's what's up, Frogman. All right, maybe it's you said work harder. David said work harder. That's crazy, David. If only you knew me, boy. If only you knew me, boy.
It will top the levels that it was a month ago. I've made clear from the beginning of Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussion.
Ooh. just say? How much did you make? Boy, why you counting my pockets for? How you gonna count another man's pocket? Asking me how much did I make? That's crazy. What did he just say? I might have missed that. Damn, didn't your daddy teach you not to count another man's pockets?
Operation Epic Fury achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly.
Shortly.
We are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks.
He said we are going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. Y'all think we gonna target their power plants? Y'all think we gonna target all their power plants? Mm, mm. So the next 2 or 3 weeks right now, right? Isn't it Passover for the Jewish community? Isn't it Passover right now? So they're gonna be sending all of these stripes to Iran during Passover. That's crazy. Cause Passover is like what, 7 days or something like that, or is it like, no? That's Feast of Weeks. Feast of Weeks, I think it's 7 days. I don't know how the Passover works. I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to the video.
We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death. They're all dead. The new group is less radical and much more reasonable. Yet if during this period of time no deal is made, we have our eyes on key targets. If there is no deal, we are going to hit each and every one of their electric generating plants very hard and probably simultaneously. We have not hit their oil.
OG, what's up, OG? My bad, I missed you, OG. OG Kits in the building. What's going on, brother? What's happening with you, man? Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, y'all.
Even though that's the easiest target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective.
Boy, he talking like they just done gave up. He talking like they just done surrendered, like they don't have anything left. Like he talking like their military is standing outside with their hands up and just have given up this whole war. That's how he's talking. Like he'll make you think like they're not sending strikes back, they're not retaliating. He will make you think like they have completely just obliterated this military in Iran. That's how he will make you think, literally. But he is lying. He is lying through his teeth. That he is completely lying. Completely lying. While he's giving this address, Iran was sending strikes back. Literally. While he was saying all this shit, Iran was literally retaliating back. That's crazy. But believe what y'all want to believe. Y'all have every right to believe it. Do what you want.
American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days. World War II lasted for 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days. Iraq went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially
Robert, Robert Bradford, you better tread lightly. You better tread very lightly, my boy. You better tread very lightly, Robert Bradford. You use any ad hominems, you call me any type of names, I will block your ass from my channel. Your freedom of speech don't mean shit to me. Understand that, Robert. Robert Bradford. Watch your freedom of speech don't mean shit over here, buddy. I don't care about your freedom of speech. It doesn't exist over here. In fact, fuck your freedom of speech. How about that, Robert?
essentially is really no longer a threat. They were the bully of the Middle East, but they're the bully no longer. This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing. The brilliance of the United States.
Look, y'all can't tell you can't tell Bonnet, to F shut up. Like Bonnet uh believes in Donald Trump. Bonnet has every right to believe in Donald Trump, right? So let Bonnet is not hurting anybody, right? Bonnet is not hurting anybody. So Lucas is okay. Let's go ahead and untime out Luca. Luca Oliver is okay. Let's untime out Luca. He's fine. He's not doing anything too crazy. He just, voicing his opinion. So let's go ahead and untime him out. Luca is fine. Is that Luca Oliver? Yeah, Luca Oliver is fine. OG, he's good, OG. But y'all better be careful. I got some snipers on deck. Literally. Y'all leave Bunnet alone. Y'all leave Bunnet alone. All right. Never had a president like Trump. That's your opinion. See, everybody have their opinion, but you got to be respectful though, for sure. Be respectful.
Military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching. And when we do, when it's all over, the United States will be safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Think this chip is BS? Watch this.
And there you have President Trump addressing the American people tonight in prime time, talking about the war in Iran, describing it as Operation Epic Fury, saying that it has been overwhelming victories on the battlefield, saying that Iran's Navy is gone, their Air Force is in ruins, their leaders are dead. He went on to say that the situation has been going on for 47 years and should have been ended a long time ago. He described it as his pleasure and a necessity to eliminate President Obama's Iran nuclear agreement. He went on to say, we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. I want to bring in ABC's Chief Whitehouse.
All right. So that was the president address to the nation over Operation Fury, Epic Fury. That happened last night at 9 p.m. That was last night at 9 p.m. Many people missed it. But that was the latest that the president came out with over this whole entire operation, right? So we didn't really get anything new, right? He's kind of still saying the same thing. So you know, but so we're gonna listen to now we're gonna listen to uh Professor Marandi. Apparently he's one of the spokespeople from Iran, from the Iran regime, right? And so he often gives updates on what's happening in Iran because he actually works at the University of Tehran. So we're gonna hear what he has to say about this entire ordeal, and so we can hear Iran's side of the coin too. So we heard the president, and now we're gonna hear from what Iran has to say about this entire thing. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Here we go.
Could you explain to me how do you
All right, before we start this, guys, I do want to take a moment to thank everybody for tuning in. Also, hit the like button. I can't see the likes, guys. I don't know how many likes we have, but we have 200 people in here. So go ahead and let's get the likes up to 100. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Everybody is welcome here. Everybody is welcome to come in here and share your opinion, right? Whether you agree or disagree, everybody is welcome here. Just make sure you're respectful, right? That's all you have to do. Just be respectful, man. How hard is that to be respectful? That's it. But you guys are welcome to battle in the chat, opinions in the chat. Y'all can battle it out. I don't care. My moderators ain't gonna time you out unless you're being just disrespectful as hell. But we're gonna get into this the video here for the former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiation team, Professor Mohammad Marandi. He is a professor at the University of Tehran, and I think he teaches tech. I'm not sure. Anyways, but he often gives update on what's happening in Iran. So let's get into it. Here we go right here, guys. 50 likes? Cool. Cool. Let's get those likes up. Get those likes up. Here we go.
think the Iranian military strategy is now playing out?
It's working quite well. Iran is hammering the Israeli regime in retaliation for its atrocities and its unprovoked war, and it's hammering U.S. positions across the Persian Gulf region for its atrocities and the unprovoked war. And
So the president said that we are annihilating Iran's navy, aircraft, missile capabilities. We completely decimated their army, blah, 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 blah. This gentleman is saying that we are, I'm going to let him say it. Not we, but Iran. He is saying that Iran is kicking Israeli and Americans' butt.
for its atrocities and the unprovoked
Hold on. Hold on.
war is hammering the Israeli regime in
He said they are hammering. That's the word he used. I was trying to think about the word he used. He said they are hammering the Israelis regime. Oh my gosh, bro. Who is telling the truth, chat? Who is telling the truth, chat? He said we are hammering the Israeli regime. What else?
in retaliation for its atrocities and its unprovoked war, and it's hammering U.S. positions across the Persian Gulf region.
And he said they are hammering the United States position in the Persian Gulf across the region. Who must we believe, chat? Who must we believe? Should we believe Western media? Should we believe what they're telling us? Should we believe what our president is telling us? Or should we believe what they are saying? Explain how Orange Man is good. You got nothing. You all got nothing when asked that. I can go for days. Oh, okay. Somebody said BS. Y'all call BS? What do y'all call?
For its atrocities and the unprovoked war. And there's been no let up in Iranian responses. And that is because Iranian missile and drone bases are all deep underground and inaccessible to the United States and the Israeli regime. And that's why they take revenge on ordinary Iranians. They've been bombing Tehran and other cities, destroying homes, destroying hospitals, destroying schools, slaughtering children. In one instance, they murdered 165 girls, young girls, at an elementary school. They've been buried today. So since they cannot defeat the Iranian military, they take their revenge on ordinary Iranians.
He said that we are mad. The United States military, United States government is mad because they cannot destroy their missile capabilities because they have everything deep underground. They have everything hidden underground in bunkers. That's why the president, I don't know if y'all watched his last one of his I don't know if y'all watched his last press conference, I believe, or it might have been Pete Hegseth. It probably was Pete Hegseth, but he mentioned that these guys are cowards. They're hiding underground. They're cowards. Why don't you guys come out from underground? You're hiding in the mountains. You're doing this. You're doing that. Are they really obliterating their military like they say they are, like we say we are, right? Or is it all cap? Is it all cap? He is telling the truth. Luca said. Marandi is just telling you what's happening. Okay, okay. Wait. What are y'all talking about, Red? Doug. Make sure y'all being respectful. 8647. Okay, y'all be chill, man. Y'all be chill. Y'all be chill. Y'all ain't gotta go too crazy on each other in the chat, man. Y'all could disagree, but y'all ain't gotta like, you know, y'all ain't gotta go crazy on each other. All right.
It's clearly causing chaos in the Gulf states, particularly with the attacks on energy facilities. Is that part of the Iranian strategy to wage economic war as well?
No, Iran has not
After 13 years, I did not expect to be acting like a girl, but here we are. Thank you.
taken any responsibility for the strikes on the energy facilities, for example, in Saudi Arabia. That could be something carried out by the Israeli regime. But the Iranians have told tankers that they are not allowed to leave the Strait of Hormuz. And when these Arab regimes in the Persian Gulf, when they give the United States military bases to use against Iran, then there are consequences. They cannot have their cake and eat it too.
Mm, mm, mm. Royal Rumble chat. What's up, Ari? What's going on? What's going on, Ari? I'm speaking facts. Dusty, why you time him out, Dusty? Why you time him out? He said I'm speaking facts. Barry said I'm speaking facts. Why you time him out for that, Dusty? He didn't say nothing too crazy. We lost to San Magas. Dusty, no, oh, okay. He was being, I don't think, okay. Barry, scroll up. Barry was being racist. We lost to San Magas. MAGA? Let me see what else he said. We lost to San. Okay. All right. All right. All right. See you doing it big. No, we ain't doing it big, man. We just doing our thing. Dusty, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you, bro. I know you got it, bro. I know you got it. Yeah, no racism, no disrespect like that, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just be chill, man. Y'all be chill. I don't care. Y'all can call each other like, you ignorant or you know what I'm saying, but don't be racist, bro. Don't be calling people slurs. Come on, bro. Don't do that, man. Don't do that, y'all. Come on, chat. We better than that. Come on, chat. We better than that, man. Somebody said, "Shut up, you mug." See?
They cannot participate in aggression against Iran alongside this Epstein coalition and then sit back and say we're neutral.
Right, but you're not denying the other attacks, are you, in other Gulf
See what do you see when you hear from the Western media, when you hear from us, right? We'll make it seem like Iran is just striking, like just striking their neighbors in the region, right? No purpose, no reason, just sending missiles to UAE, just sending missiles to Bahrain, just sending missiles to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, we'll make it seem like they're just sending missiles for nothing, like just no purpose at all, right? But they won't like we won't tell like our government won't tell us that we're utilizing their territory to position ourselves to strike Iran. You know what I'm saying? Like they won't tell us that the United States is using Qatar, using the UAE, using Saudi Arabia. You know, our bases there. We got military bases there or setting up shop there to retaliate or send strikes to Iran. So, of course, if you in a war, right? If you in a war and your enemy is utilizing this area, what are they not supposed to strike back just because you here in this area? Just because you sitting over here in Saudi Arabia or you over here in Dubai, you know, set up at a hotel, but you're operating in those regions to shoot at us? No. If we're fighting, if I'm your enemy, I don't give a fuck where you are. If you're sending strikes from Georgia and I'm over here in Oklahoma, I'm sending strikes back to Georgia. I don't care. I don't care if you know if your base is in Georgia, but you move over to Alabama because you want to use you want to set up shop in Alabama, right? And try to disguise yourself and send strikes from Alabama. I don't care that Alabama didn't have shit to do with it. If you're set up right there in Alabama, I'm gonna send strikes to Alabama. Like I don't care if Tennessee don't have nothing to do, they don't have anything to do with it. If you sending strikes from Tennessee, if you're my enemy, I'm gonna send strikes back to Tennessee. Duh. It's only common sense. It's only natural. But the Western media will make you think that Iran is just striking them for no reason.
Countries which do affect energy supplies, and the oil price has gone up significantly. So I mean that does seem to be part of the Iranian military strategy, isn't it? I mean, to try and bring them into the war and regionalize it.
No, Iran has been targeting U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf, and those assets could be anything that's linked to the United States. The United States is bombing hospitals. The United States is bombing schools.
Damn.
The United States is bombing Iranian national radio and television alongside the Israeli regime. So U.S. assets in the Persian Gulf, they too will be attacked. But assets that belong to the states in the Persian Gulf region, they have not been touched by the Iranians. However, if they host U.S. forces, because many of the soldiers have left their bases and been taken to hotels, the Iranians will target them. So at the end of the day, if they want this problem to end, they have to expel soldiers of the Epstein regime.
Now, understand.
He called it. Not he called it. Not he called it the Epstein regime. He called it the Epstein regime, y'all. Yo, he said he don't care. He said if they want us to stop striking them, then they got to stop helping the enemy. Basically, that's basically what he's saying. Like, how the hell you can't have your cake and eat it too? We supposed to be neighbors, right? We supposed to be neighbors in the Gulf, but you helping the enemy. But you expect for us not to strike back because you a neighbor. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. You can't do it, bro. You can't do it. Man, shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hit that like button on the way in. Hit that like button on the way in. Subscribe to the channel. If you like it here, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
Understand that the Assembly of Experts is trying to appoint a new supreme leader. Could a new leader, do you think, negotiate with Trump and agree his terms?
No. Iran is not interested in negotiating with Trump or the US regime. Iran is going to punish the United States, and we are in the process of doing it. This
Yo, they talking now. They don't. If you've been watching If you've been watching this and keeping close with this whole war thing going on, right? If you've been watching this close, like you've been listening to Iran, they've upped the ante a little bit. Like they've literally like they're more aggressive now. At first, they was like they were kind of like on the defense, like man, like we didn't start this war. This is a war crime. You know, this is a crime against international law. Blah 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 blah. But now they like, nah, fuck this. Y'all going too far. Nah, y'all going too far. We gonna f y'all up now. We like they talking their shit now. They are talking their shit, bro. Real talk.
Do you think negotiate with Trump and agree his terms?
No. Iran is not interested in negotiating with Trump or the US regime. Iran is going to punish the United States,
Mm.
and we are in the process of doing it. This regime in Washington has tried to cross a bridge that's a bridge too far, and they're messing with the wrong country. We're not Venezuela, we're not Iraq, we're not Libya, we're not Afghanistan, and we're not Syria.
Ooh, wait, y'all heard what he said? Yo, he said y'all messing with the wrong one. He said y'all messing with the wrong one. We are not Venezuela. He said we are not Iraq. He said we are not Syria. We are not Libya. You messing with the wrong one. Y'all heard what he said? I told y'all they are talking their shit. You said, dude, reading the script. Bro, he ain't reading no script. The president was just reading the script. Our president was just reading the script. He read a script every press conference and read and repeat the same talking points every day. This guy ain't reading no script. What script you think he reading?
This regime in Washington has tried to cross a bridge that's a bridge too far,
Mm.
and they're messing with the wrong country. We're not Venezuela, we're not Iraq, we're not Libya, we're not Afghanistan, and we're not Syria. This is the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we will make sure that the United States regrets the aggression against the Iranian people and the slaughter of children and the slaughter of innocent civilians and the murder of the leader. These are crimes against humanity, and the United States and its allies have imposed the law of the jungle upon.
I hate when somebody try to act. Somebody say you are a confused black man. I'm gonna show you how confused I am. Watch this. I'm so confused. I'm finna block your dumb ass from my channel. Watch this. Now you a now you a ghost now. Can't nobody see nothing you say no more. Talking about you a confused black man, bro. We ain't. What are you talking about, bro? You don't even know me. I don't even know you. Don't be trying to act like we like that, bro. You don't know me. Now you just watch me now. You just sit and watch me now. Yeah, just sit and watch me now. We can't even see nothing you say no more because you're timed out for 86,000 seconds. 86,000 seconds. Come back tomorrow. You timed out for 86,000 seconds. Who know how long that is? How long is that, chat? Come back and try again tomorrow.
On the world, and they will come to regret it.
But Iran is not a military superpower.
Like, bro, I'm just sitting here literally reacting to the videos. Like, I reacted to the president. I reacted to the Iranians, and you're talking about I'm confused. You're clearly confused. Like you are clearly confused. Crybaby, watch this. I'm a crybaby. Let's see if you can come back to my channel. I see everything. You did. I see everything. Let's see if you can come back to my channel since I'm such a crybaby. You watching me though. You watching me. Why you watching me? Huh? All right, let's go. Let's get back to it. He said this Muhammad guy does not want to play a game of F around and find out. He might think he does, but he's not going to like the way the game ends. What video are you reacting to? We are reacting to um, a video. Uh, Iran's message to Washington, Professor Mohammad Marandi. He is a professor of Tehran University. You can go on Gaveta TV and watch this video. You can go on Gaveta TV and watch this video. All right.
Either, and we're seeing the vast majority of drones and missiles being shot down by air defenses. I mean, you know, surely Iran cannot win a military war and therefore has to go for some other kind of strategy in coming to a settlement.
Iran will defeat the United States.
What's
Time
up,
will
free
tell.
my grandma?
And our drones that are being fired are very old drones. Our missiles that are being fired are very old missiles. They're very inexpensive. And Americans are using up very expensive air defense systems. The Iranians know exactly what they're doing.
He's right about that though. Y'all could say he lying about a lot of other shit, but he is right about that. Because we would not be asking Congress for $200 billion so that we can replenish our defensive systems, all right? If Iran was not exhausting a lot of uh, Israel and the United States defense systems, right? So when they say that they're shooting down majority of their drones and missiles, okay, that might be true. That might be true. But what Iran have said is, bro, we're sending our cheap shit. We're sending our old 1970 built missiles and drones. We're sending our old equipment. Y'all are the United States, we are literally wasting billions of dollars a day shooting down old equipment that they want to use. They want to exhaust this equipment or these missiles and drones. Like, like, bro, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. We're using the best defense system to take down their old shit, basically.
In a military war and therefore has to go for some other kind of strategy in coming to a settlement.
Iran will defeat the United States. Time will tell. And our drones that are being fired are very old drones. Our missiles that are being fired are very old missiles. They're very inexpensive.
Very inexpensive.
And Americans are using up very expensive air defense systems. The Iranians know exactly what they're doing. We haven't even begun using our latest technology, and most of Iran's underground bases have not even been used yet.
He said Iran know exactly what they're doing. He said they ain't even tapped into their latest technology. He said they're using up their old shit. He said they are using their old shit. Oh my gosh. Modown said he lying. Randall said that's cap. Randall said that's cap. Aunt Esther said, "What's up, Aunt Esther? I ain't seen you in a minute, Aunt Esther. How you doing?" Said, "I believe it." Red said he lying. You realize you're saying that they're using their old drones. Their drones are a new thing. It could be a new thing, but it could be built with old, like, old technology or whatever. It could be new, but it could be built with old shit. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a good point though. Kova. I'm gonna just call you Kova. I'm gonna call you Kova. That's a good point, man. I really got tired of all the winning by America. What a Muppet show. Why you think this is funny? Why you don't think it's funny? Mo down. Why you don't think it's funny? All right. Israel got hit hard today. Damn, bro. What's with the repeating everything 5 times? Bye. 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 Bro, y'all be trying to. I don't know why people come in here and announce their departure, bro. Just leave. I don't care. Just leave. You know how many people gonna come through my channel? There's millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and billions of people in the world. Billions of people in the world, bro. I don't need your one ass view. Bye. Get up out of here. See you later. Come back tomorrow. I don't give a damn. Let's get back to the video.
They have not even been opened up for operation. Iranians have been planning for this day ever since the invasion of Iraq. They knew that at some point the Epstein regime will go after Iranians. And
Epstein
therefore, they've been
regime is
preparing
funny.
themselves for many years. We are fighting for our homeland and our sovereignty and our independence. And our crime is that we oppose the genocide that the British regime and the American regime and Western regimes have been supporting. And we are on the right side of history, and the United States is the aggressor, and we will punish the aggressor and make it regret its crimes against humanity.
What percentage of Iran's missile stocks remain?
The vast majority.
Because after last year's war, it was estimated that Iran had used up around 40% of its missiles. Are you saying that was replenished in the last few months?
Those numbers were always fake. Those numbers are provided by the Israeli regime to the media in order to convince foolish Americans that war against Iran is simple.
Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. He just he's telling y'all right now, bro. The Western media is lying to y'all, bro. They are telling foolish Americans a lie every single day. Uh, anytime you talk about, I mean, last year they said that they destroyed their missile capabilities in June 2025. They were saying the same shit last year. But yet this year Iran is still fighting back. They still striking them. So you guys can sit up here and believe whatever you want to believe. You could say the man is lying. I don't care, bro. But y'all don't never say that our people are lying when we can clearly see sometimes when they be lying. Like you can literally go back and watch old videos of the president saying this last year, and then this year he's saying a completely different thing. And then you could put two and two together, like, damn, he lied to us. But y'all don't never want to believe that our media lies to us. I don't know why y'all think our media is just truth tellers. Fox News is truth tellers, right? Put a one in the chat if you believe Fox News is truth tellers. Put a one in the chat if you believe Fox News are truth tellers. Put a one in the chat.
Down like a house of cards. That failed, this failed, and now the United States will have to pay the price. And if the United States escalates, that will mean that the most sensitive region in the world, the Persian Gulf, where a quarter of the world's energy comes from, everything could be destroyed. And if that happens, it doesn't even matter if the Strait of Hormuz is open or closed, because there will be no oil or gas, and there will be no tankers. For Iran, this is a fight for survival. For the United States, this is a war of choice, a choice that has been imposed upon the American people by the Epstein class. We will expel the United States from our homeland, and we'll make sure that the United States never again thinks about aggression against our country. And we will not allow the Israeli regime to behave with impunity and to continue genocide against the Palestinian people.
Isn't the truth, though, that
He talking his shit, bro. He talking his shit. I truly believe that there has to be some China, Russia backup, some type of allies backup, like for them to be talking this confidently, bro. Right? Because they're fighting a different type of war. They're fighting an economic war. Like they're trying to really like hit everybody in the pockets because they know they probably can't win this war wholeheartedly against Israel and the United States. So they're gonna hit everybody in the pockets. But for them to be talking like this, they gotta have some backup, bro. Russia, China, somebody is backing Iran. Somebody is backing them, bro. Real talk. Somebody said, hold on, what did he say? Don't believe anything on the screen. He said, go join, George Griffin said, go join them and shut the F up. Damn, George. Why you gotta come at me like that, man? China just sent a ton of equipment to Iran. See? See? And if we think China ain't, we think China and Russia don't have modern technology, nuclear capabilities. Mm, okay, we don't need a World War III, man. We just need to get up out of Iran. Really and truthfully, we need to leave that region. The United States need to leave that region and let Israel fight their own war.
That a lot of Iranian people want to see this government toppled. We saw tens of thousands taking to the streets just weeks ago, and many thousands of people were killed by the security forces. So public opinion is divided on this.
Don't believe your propaganda. That's silly.
Well, we
I've
saw the
already had an
images.
interview. I've already spoken with your colleague. Though the people who were killed, 3,117 people were killed, hundreds were police officers and people who were patrolling the streets as volunteers, and hundreds of others were ordinary people that were murdered by these militants and these terrorists who were using weapons to kill. In your country, if they kill a single police officer, there'll be outrage. Here, they killed hundreds, including the volunteers. So this was no peaceful protest. And you know quite well, because I know you follow these things. In Iran, on February the 12th, we had millions of people on the streets of Tehran and tens of millions across the country rallying against the rioters. And on February the 11th, on the 47th anniversary of the revolution, we had millions of people again on the streets of Tehran and tens of millions across the country. And as we're speaking, across the country, as we're speaking now, you have millions of people in the streets of Tehran under bombardment, and in other cities under bombardment, commemorating the martyr Ayatollah Khamenei. So you can pretend.
Khamenei. So it's Ayatollah Khamenei. Khamenei. Okay, Khamenei. All right. That's how you say it. Ayatollah Khamenei. Okay. I was trying to figure out because y'all was trying to tell me how to pronounce it earlier, but y'all, I think y'all probably been pronouncing it wrong too. That's crazy. It's 45,000 now, right? Right.
And all you want, that Iranians want their country to be bombed. But at the end of the day,
remember how Uber completely changed the game for taxis?
Policymakers, by believing their own propaganda, are going to hit their head once again against a brick wall. But this time, the price will be very high, and I think it will bring about a change in global politics.
I'm saying that huge numbers of people have come.
Okay, so what? Millions of people have fled the United States too. What point do y'all be making when y'all say that? Millions of Iranians have fled for a reason. Millions of people have fled the United States and moved to different countries too. What are you talking about? People leave the United States by the thousands and millions every year. What are we talking about, bro? People leave their country. Bro, we just had one of the largest no kings protests. 8 to 9 million people, bro. 8 to 9 million people. We have protests here too. We have people opposing this Trump administration here too. Like what do y'all be y'all don't be thinking. Y'all just be thinking that when other countries do it it's bad, but when we do it it's okay. Get the hell up out of here, bro. Get the hell up out of here, bro.
Out in support of the government, but from your own account of the way people have been killed and were fighting in the streets effectively, you know, the country is clearly divided to some degree, and there are many people who do not support the government. And but I wonder, you know, often in wartime, public opinion changes, and the acts of an outside aggressor can change public opinion. And I just wonder whether you think that might happen in Iran.
No, the strong majority.
Iran did not kill 100,000 people. I don't know where you got that number from. They didn't unalive 30,000 people. They didn't unalive 45,000 people, right? I don't know where you're getting these numbers from. You getting it from Western media? That's where you're getting it from? That's what you believe in wholeheartedly? Oh my gosh. Oh my god. my God, they just had protests. He just told you that they had all these protests in Iran. What are you talking about? Have you ever been to Iran? Second index, whatever you second explosive bullet. Have you ever left the United States? You probably haven't, bro. Some of y'all be in here talking. Some of y'all be in here talking, and you never even left the United States. You don't know shit. You never even left the states, bro. You have all of the. Just sit down somewhere, bro. Sit down. Just have a seat.
Of Iranians, even according to polls taken by the University of Maryland, for example, in the past. I don't know if they still carry out polls. But it shows that the strong majority of Iranians support the Constitution. And now that the United States is...
Somebody said, where you getting your numbers from the horse's mouth? From Iran and their side, their media. That's where I'm getting the numbers from. I'm getting it from them directly. Directly. That's where I'm getting the numbers from. I'm getting the numbers from them directly. Huh? That's where I'm getting the numbers from. Yeah, I'm getting it from them. And you getting your media, you getting your numbers from us and believing it. Like we know what's going on over there. Get the fuck out of here.
Murdering Iranians. Many of those youngsters who are on the streets who believe the fake Western narratives about human rights and dignity and freedom are watching children being...
I literally follow a professor at the University of Tehran. I follow a professor on Instagram who teach at the university, and she always, it's a female, and she always giving updates and facts on what's happening there. Literally, she's outside at the protest, protesting on the streets with the people as the bombs are dropping right in front of them, hitting buildings right in front of them. Literally, on Instagram, follow a real Iranian lady who studied in the United States, and she went back to Iran. She studied in the United States and she went back to Iran, and now she's a professor at the University of Tehran. Literally, I was watching her today. Literally, getting some real life, real person, real time information from a lady that's went to school here in the States and went back to teach as a professor in Iran. She's there now. I'm getting real life updates from her. Some of y'all just watch Fox News all day. Some of y'all just watch whoever you want to watch. Like, you want to believe whatever you want to believe. You watch the news all day, and you swear what they're telling you is correct. You swear it's 100% to. It's so crazy. But the crazy part is, I watch both sides every day. I watch all the platforms every single day. So I get opinions on both sides, but you get opinions on one side and think that you're right. That's the crazy part. You the one who is brainwashed, not me.
Slaughtered, and Western media is ignoring it, and Western governments are not even apologizing for it. And the British and the German regime, the German chancellor says there must be regime change in Iran. The German chancellor must first apologize to the people of Iran for giving Saddam Hussein chemical weapons to use against us that killed so many thousands of people. The German regime has no credibility and is in no position to talk about Iran. And the divisions that exist right now in your country and the United States are far greater than the divisions that exist in Iran. The people of Iran are united, and we will see that the United States will fail, and the United States will pay a heavy price. And ultimately, the emperor, people will see that the emperor...
You good, Dusty. You good, Dusty. I know you're doing your thing, Dusty. It's a lot of people in the chat, so you're doing your thing. I appreciate you, Dusty. I appreciate you, man.
Has no clothes. The United States bullies country after country. It strangles Cuba. It takes the people of Venezuela hostage. It imposes Al-Qaeda rule on the people of Syria. Iran was a bridge to...
Imagine a right-wing cult member telling me if I watch everything, when he only watched one person, he only watched one news outlet all day, every day. But imagine that a right wing cult member telling me if I watch everything, then I would be more informed. Imagine that. That's crazy. That's crazy to me, chat. Oh boy, these cult members are so crazy. They're out of their minds. Extraordinary.
Too far. Iran will show the Americans that they're messing with the wrong country.
What about the competence, though, of your security apparatus? I mean, after the killing of the Ayatollah with so many senior figures, we have now seen that, again, the clerics have met in the Assembly of Experts building in Qom, and that has also been bombed. I mean, does it not strike you as very odd that senior Iranian figures are still meeting in known places where they can be targeted?
No one was in that building. Why do you believe this nonsense? And senior military figures, except for in the...
Why do you believe this nonsense, bro? They literally come on live. They literally come on TV like today and tell you that they have completely obliterated Iran's military. They have completely obliterated their missile capabilities. They have completely annihilated their army. Blah 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 blah. Why do you believe this nonsense? He is telling y'all, why are you Americans believing this nonsense? We are sending strikes as we speak. They are sending strikes as this interview is going on right now. Right now, they are striking Israel right now. They are striking Tel Aviv right now as we speak. Come on, bro.
office of the leader, a number of people who were killed, no one else was killed. And Ayatollah Khamenei said that I'm going to remain in my house because many people who are struggling cannot leave their homes. And I will stay here till the end because of these people. And he stayed and he was martyred. That's not something that your leader would ever do. But in any case,
I just created a $40-some ebook in 3 minutes.
Wait. So is he saying, hold on. So is he saying that Ayatollah Khamenei could have left? Is he saying that he chose to stay there even though he knew that they understood that the United States and Israel knew their positioning? I'm not sure if I fully agree with that though. I'm not sure if I fully agree with that because you got to understand his whole family was taken out. His wife was taken out. You know, his kids were some of his kids were taken out. Some of the other leaders were taken out. So they all chose to just stay there regardless of if America knew where their positioning was. I don't know if I actually believe that though. For sure. I don't know.
armed forces effectively pushing back against the sinister superpower of our time and against this genocidal Zionist regime that continues to slaughter people in Gaza, in Palestine, and in Lebanon. Simultaneously, they're waging a war, and Iran is pushing them back. At the same time, we see that the government, despite the maximum pressure sanctions, we see that people have food, that there are no queues. So that is pretty significant, I must say. And your government, which has no sanctions.
You have no business talking about these conflicts. Who you talking about, Shani Poo? Shani Poo, who you talking about? You talking about him, the guy speaking on the screen, or you talking about me, Shani Poo? Who you telling they have no business talking about these conflicts? Come on, Shani Poo. I'm gonna put you on the spot real quick, 'cause I hope you ain't talking about me, the owner of this channel. I hope you ain't talking about me. You might be talking about him. I don't know. I don't know. She'll let us know in a minute. We'll see. Maybe the wicked will flee when no man pursueth.
And there's no war. The regime in London is not proving to be very efficient nor very popular.
Just finally, I mean, the United States president and the Israeli prime minister killed the Iranian supreme leader. Will it now be the aim?
Oh, she a troll. Okay, you have no knowledge on the subject. Okay, but you still watching me though. It's funny because if I go to somebody's live channel, right, and I believe they have no knowledge on the subject. I believe they're stupid. I believe they don't know what they're talking about. You know what Don would do? Don would swipe up. Don would not be watching that person. You know what I'm saying? But maybe, I don't know. Maybe you just like watching me. Maybe you just like looking at me. I don't know. You might be weird like that. Who knows? Maybe that's just you. I don't know. I'm cut from a different cloth. I also plan to report you to the federal government as well. You act like a Russian propagandist. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. That's a zombie. Shani Poo is a zombie. Report me to the government. Federal government. Do your thing. Tell them I said hi when you report them. Tell them I said hello. All right. All right. Blah, blah, blah. No, I like the clown of the. No, I like the clown of people who don't know. Blah, blah, blah. All right. I like to block people from my channel too. Watch this, y'all. Cause you think I'm stupid, but you still want to watch me. So how about you just keep watching me, but you don't have an opportunity to chat no more, okay? All right. I just took away your freedom of speech. Now you can still sit and watch me. Let's see how long you watch me without having the capability to type in the chat. Keep watching me, weirdo.
of the Iranian military and all its networks around the world to take their revenge on
Yeah, keep watching me. You might actually learn something. All right? Keep watching me, buddy.
those individuals.
What the United States did was a crime against humanity. What it is doing is a crime against humanity. We have no expectations from the West, nor the Western media. Western elites for us are a bunch of worthless barbarians. Iranians will protect themselves. I do not know what Iran will do or its allies will do across the.
Somebody said Trump saved my kids from a nuke. What nuke? What nuke? Tulsi Gabbard didn't even believe that. Joe Kent didn't even believe that. Marco Rubio didn't even believe that. Many of your leaders didn't even believe that. Many people in the intelligence committee didn't even believe that. Why do you believe that? Because Trump said it? Because he took his advice from Benjamin Netanyahu? What nuke are you talking about? Trump saved your kids from what nuke are you talking about? You believe Trump and Netanyahu, but even the European nations didn't even believe that. Nobody believed that but you, because Trump said it, right? Because Donald Trump said that they had nuclear capabilities. You believed it. Damn, you got propagandized. You got you got bum you got tricked, honey. Honey, you got tricked. You got tricked. You got tricked. No. And you believe Iran? Yes, I do. I do. I do believe Iran. I believe everything they're saying. I don't believe that they was gonna bomb the United States. I do not believe that they were even thinking about hurting anybody. Right? Yes, I do believe Iran. Now what? What are you gonna do now? What do you say now? Yes, I do believe them. I believe them. Now what? What are you gonna do? Ad hominems now? You're gonna call me names now, right? You're gonna call me names now, right? Yeah, that's all you could do. Ad hominems. Yeah, I know. I know. You want me to believe what you believe, right? Because we're all Americans, right? We all the United States of America. We're Americans. We're citizens, right? So we're supposed to believe the same thing, right? Right? We're supposed to be on the same page, even though somebody else is wrong, right? Even though we bomb a school of 165 little girls, I'm supposed to believe you, right? Right? Okay. All right. Right? I'm not supposed to condemn the United States for bombing 165 little girls in school. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I'm sorry, but maybe you and your culture in the United States, maybe you don't have a culture, right? Many of you right wingers don't have a culture. You don't. You don't have moral compasses. Really, you don't. You're fake Christians. A lot of you are fake Christians, right? You don't believe in the same Jesus coming from the Bible. You don't practice morality. You don't have morality. A lot of you don't, right? So you don't believe in anything. You don't. You don't believe in nothing. A lot of you don't believe in nothing. You believe in Trump. That's it. You believe in these fake right-wing ideologies, Christian national ideas. That's what you believe in. But you have no culture, you have no traditions, you have no moral compass. That's why you can literally blink an eye. You can literally just turn a blind eye to 165 school children being bombed on February the 28th, the first day of the war. The first day of the war, right? Oh, what happened? Did you have wrong intel? Somebody gave you wrong intel? That's what happened? Oh man. I thought we had the best um, intelligence in the world. How did you mess that up? Chat, how did you mess that up? What happened? How did you miscalculate that? How did you confuse a school with something else? Huh? Come on, talk to me. Yeah, talk to me. You support that though, right? I bet none of these right-wing folks never condemned that first day action. You never condemned it. The first day you never condemned it. Never condemned it. But y'all call me what you want, but you're still watching me. That's crazy.
The world, but the entire world is sick and tired of the way in which the United States and its proxies in Europe behave. It's a rogue regime. As we speak, they are strangling the people of Cuba. They're preventing food from getting in. I don't see any outrage in the Western media. Why? Because the Western media is just as worthless as Western elites.
Understanding of the current war between Iran and the United States.
And Marco Rubio, man. Marco Rubio, bro. If you ever just chilling at the house and you scrolling and you find my channel, just understand this, sir. You are the fakest man I've ever seen in my life, bro. Marco Rubio, you are so fucking fake. You sold your soul. I thought you was a good man in 2016. I really did. I really did. I said, Marco Rubio, man, he might actually be a decent human being. But brother, Marco Rubio, you you sold yourself out, bro. You really did, bro. You you fake as fuck, Marco Rubio. You are. And you gonna pay. You gonna pay, bro. You gonna pay for your, you know, you gonna pay for it, bro. Real talk. God don't like ugly, bro. Let's get back to it.
If I recall correctly, he studied economics as a young person, then at the University of Tehran, a very good university, in economics, probably the best traditionally. I think he also did his MA in economics, and I think then he went and did military in college or that sort of thing. So he's highly educated. He fought as a volunteer in the war and then joined the Guards and fought throughout the war. So he's a war hero.
What if I told you this field right here?
He's had key positions throughout these decades. And more recently, he was at a high-ranking position in the Expediency Council, which deals with all issues literally in the country, local and international.
Yo, shout out to everybody that subbed up to the channel. I appreciate that, guys. Shout out to everybody who hit the like button. Shout out to everybody who know how to disagree respectfully, right? Shout out to those people, man. Real talk. We can disagree and still keep it cordial. Shout out to everybody, man. Thank you for subbing up, Chris.
So he knows he.
Thank you, Gene. Jen Newman. Thank you. I appreciate it.
He's a very good choice. Dr. Larijani, of course, is a loss. He did a fantastic job, but this is also a very good choice. I think it's clear that Iran's policy under Ayatollah Said Mojtaba Khamenei is that of continuity. It is clear that Iran is going to take a tough approach in this war. It will continue to take a tough approach. It's not going to accept any ceasefire because a ceasefire basically means that Trump and Netanyahu will go back to the drawing board, rearm, and start killing kids again. That's not going to happen. So Iran is going to continue down this road and change the facts on the ground so that the Persian Gulf region in future will never again be a platform to murder Iranians. the regimes, the Arab family dictatorships, if they last.
And I bet you, though, once this war is over, once the United States and Israel pull out of the Persian Gulf, I bet you that Iran is gonna have to, they're gonna have to invest in some defense mechanisms. They really are, because to, oh, Fox News, Fox News is saying that they killed 75,000 people, right? And y'all know
They
how
will
I
have
feel.
to.
Y'all know how I feel about Fox News. Fox News lie about everything. I'm talking about if you go on Ground News, right? If you subscribe to Ground News and you look at every single article from Fox News, every single article is mixed facts. It's never high factuality. It's never very high factuality. Every article that comes from Fox News is always mixed facts. They always mixing up shit, mixing up lies and propaganda. And Ground News is one of the best out platforms out there. Real talk. And Fox News lie about everything. Everything. They're always on a propaganda train. Always. They always have an agenda.
They can no longer be allowed to provide bases for conspiring against Iran as we speak, Nima.
Somebody said Fox became so bad that even CNN is making a comeback. I don't know. They got the Fox News channel up where I'm at right now. It's crazy, bro. I mean, but they got other platforms over there too. So they got like different news platforms up.
This is some people thing that many people don't know. Qatar, the Emirates and Saudi Arabia, not only do they provide airspace, and that's what all of them do, and allow them to fire from their territory and use their air bases like Saudi Arabia does and Jordan does, but they also fund the war. These three countries, I don't know about Kuwait and I don't know about Bahrain, but the Emirates, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia fund the war. They pay the United States. They help. They give financial assistance for the war. That's what they've been doing since the beginning. So they have lots of blood on their hands, and they are aggressors.
Mm.
And in future, Iran is going to have to make sure that this never happens again. So the facts on the ground will have to remain as such that Iran's security is secured for the decades to come. Also, Iran will demand reparations, and it will get it from these regimes. And this is not the first time that they've betrayed Iran. When after the revolution, when the U.S. encouraged Saddam to invade Iran, to invade our country, they gave him hundreds of billions of dollars to carry out the war. Those chemical weapons that the Germans gave to Saddam to slaughter so many Iranians, and I survived 2 chemical attacks myself, and many didn't survive. The money came from those hundreds of billions of dollars that these countries gave to him. So, and then General Soleimani, who was the great hero who stood up against ISIS and Al Qaeda.
I'm about to reveal a snoring fix.
How was he murdered? The drone took off from.
Yet Marco Rubio would tell y'all that Iran is the ones who is funding ISIS and Al Qaeda. Marco Rubio would literally tell you that. Hell, Pete Hegseth he would literally tell you that Iran is funding ISIS and Al Qaeda. But yet they're condemning ISIS and Al Qaeda on live video, in public, out in the public. They are condemning those two groups. It's crazy, man.
Qatar. So all these regimes are complicit in all the actions of the United States. So Iran will demand reparations, and Iran will demand that its allies are not the aggression does not continue against them. The ceasefires against in Gaza and Lebanon are just fake ceasefires. They've been killing people during this last year on a daily basis. That will have to end. So there are key demands that the Iranians make, and until Iran feels that real change hasn't been brought about, it will continue to fight. Because, as I said, a ceasefire is useless. It will only give the opportunity to Zionists to regroup, to rearm, and to start all over again. So Iran is saying, we're going to finish it. Because 9 months ago, we defeated them. They begged for a ceasefire. Netanyahu, as we all know, he was begging Trump to save him, as Steve Bannon said. I heard him say it twice at least myself. So, even though they were defeated, in less than a year, they started another war against Iran.
With he said they won last year in June. He said they won that 12-day war last year. He said they was kicking Israel ass last year. This is Israel's war, not America. Facts. Keep cooking these fools with information, Dom. You already know what it is, Dundrick. What's good with it, man? The Shah of Iran was ruthless, had terrible military police. Hence why the people wanted them, the people rose up against them and got them out of there. The people actually rose up and changed their government. That's what the people did. At least the people have the courage to change their government. We the people here, we don't have the courage to do nothing but go vote. That's it. Just go vote and hope that change happens through voting. Not knowing that both sides are the same thing. Literally, both sides are doing the same shit.
Professor Marandi, yesterday Donald Trump suddenly came out and he said, after issuing an ultimatum of 48 hours that he's going to attack the infrastructure, power grids in Iran, then he said he's going to extend that to 5 days because there are negotiations going on between Iran and the United States, and the negotiations are so positive and they're heading. What has happened, and what is your understanding of what Donald Trump is doing?
There are no negotiations, and there are no plans for negotiations. So that is just propaganda. He said this 1 hour before the markets opened, and he extended 5 days. And surprise, surprise, the 5 days ends after the markets close on Friday. So it's clear that he's trying to manipulate the market to keep the price of energy down. But there are no negotiations. Also, I think he's very concerned, fearful that Iran, if he starts targeting Iran's vital infrastructure, notice that no media outlet in the West is screaming that these are crimes against humanity. None of them. His opponents don't say that.
His opponents don't say that. I just told y'all. Two wings on the same bird. So dumb. I hope I never get your channel again, dude. You are super, super stupid, says Shunny Poo. Shunny Poo says, so dumb. I hope I never, ever get your channel again. But you still here, though. You still commenting. That's crazy. That's crazy. You trolling that hard, but you still commenting. That's crazy.
It just shows how corrupt the West is, how corrupt Western media is, how corrupt Western institutions are, how corrupt Western elites are. Just like now in Cuba, they're strangling the entire country, and no one in the Western media cares because they have no humanity. The media is owned and controlled by the Epstein class, and these journalists, they're just tools.
The media is controlled by the Epstein class. The media is controlled by the Epstein class. The media is controlled by the Epstein class. They have no humanity. Talk about it, Marandi. Talk about it.
Just like the politicians are tools. There's no difference. Whether it's Venezuela or Cuba or Iran or elsewhere, Syria, or Lebanon. In Lebanon, they bomb apartment blocks, bring them down, and the media says they call them Hezbollah strongholds. Why? Because they want to help with the genocide. So the Iranians have not been negotiating. Trump, though, is fearful, perhaps, I mean, I'm sure he is, that Iran will retaliate if he does carry out these crimes. And Iran said it will hit back much harder. And Iran has already proven that before, because when the Israelis bombed the Iranian gas infrastructure at the South Pars gas field, Iran hit back, and it was done with full American coordination. I mean, when Trump says he didn't know, that's all nonsense. Maybe personally he didn't know because he was playing golf or something, or distracted.
Maybe personally he didn't know because he was playing golf. Yo, they know exactly what this man is doing. They know his exact daily routine. They already know what's going on with President.
By some woman, but without a doubt, the Americans knew. So when the Iranians retaliated, as they had promised, and destroyed significant parts of Qatar's gas infrastructure and the Saudi infrastructure and the Emirates gas infrastructure, then he backed down and he said, I didn't know about this. The Israelis won't do it again. But it's quite possible he still will do it. So right now, I think the reason why he extended this for 5 days is to manipulate the prices, but also he's fearful of what the Iranians will do. But there could also be a third element, and this is something that the Iranians take very seriously, and that is he's buying time to conspire against Iran, and he may want to escalate, whether in the Persian Gulf or by striking key civilian vital infrastructure, or both. But the Iranians are prepared. The Iranians have said that if he attacks and tries to invade the country, he will be they will defeat him.
Yo, this shit ain't gonna last too long, bro. This shit is not gonna last too long. Later, Randall, man. Good to hang out with you, Randall, man. And I know we might disagree sometimes, but it's all good, brother. I appreciate you for being in here, man. Come back and see us later, man. But I don't think this is gonna last too long. He definitely knew. He's the grifter in chief, ultimate scam artist. UAE is the worst. These people talking in code, fraternity brothers of lodges. Um, and involved in massive insider trading. Yep, but so does the USA. Turkey says, "Lavma, defeat America. Are you effing retarded?" Yeah. I have no idea what Europe is going to do when it runs out of oil, gas, and fertilizer. Is that where you are, Barney? Barney cat? Bar, bar my cat. Bar my cat. Okay. It's like Ukraine and Russia. We are way too strong for Iran. Okay. Okay. All right.
And if key
Then why the fuck we asking for $200 billion for Congress for more military equipment, huh? Huh? How the hell they exhaust our defense system so fast like that, huh? Huh? So powerful, but you need some more money for military equipment, huh? And they still firing at your ass. The fuck out of here.
if the war escalates in any way or form, Iran will escalate. And the irony is that, Nima, if Trump escalates, then that means that
I wish my man would just.
Damn, you got a long ass nose, girl.
infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf will be destroyed. The tankers will be destroyed. So let's say down the road there's a halt in hostilities and Iran achieves its demands. There won't be any oil or gas or petrochemicals or fertilizers. And there won't be any ships to take those non-existing products. So it would just lead to an economic depression that would be far worse than 1929. And the world will say Trump did it. It will say the Zionists did it.
Yeah.
Did it. This is not going to end well for Zionism because the world sees this war as Joe Kent, in his.
We just need to shut the doors with Israel, bro. I'm sorry. We just need to shut the door with Israel. We need to stop defending them, stop listening to them. We just need to let them go. Let them be. Like I'm tired of this country, man. This state. This like why do we always gotta help these people? Like these why are these people so special to the United States, man? Like let these people do their own thing. Let them do, if they need they're so powerful. They're so this. They're the chosen people of God. Blah blah blah. They're picking chose by the Most High God. He put his hand down on Israel and said, "You're my people. If you're the people of God, leave the United States. You don't need the United States. You got the Most High. The Most High is going to defend you. You and your state. You don't need us. Why do you need us so bad, huh? No. Let Israel take care of Israel and let the Most High take care of Israel since they're the chosen people. Why do we gotta take care of these people? I'm sick of this state of Israel. I'm sick of it. We sending billions of dollars to these people every single day. I don't know about every day, but we sending all of our money to these people, man. I'm sick of this shit.
His resignation letter and in his interviews have clearly pointed out something that we knew. I mean, you knew this, I knew this, your viewers knew this, but this is an important document for history. That this war was carried out despite Iran not being a threat, despite the fact that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. This war was carried out because of Zionism. People, when the misery kicks in, they will be saying, they did it to us.
We are witnessing a total shift in the Trump strategy with this war against Iran. Is the war started on this premise of so-called regime change in Iran, and then it's shifting. Yesterday, we've seen how they're attacking the head of Iranian parliament in order somehow not attacking. It was some sort of attack because they wanted to say that he's negotiating behind the scene with Donald Trump. He's doing something different and he's behind it. What are they trying to do? It doesn't seem that they totally understand what's going on in Iran. The unity that is shaping, that has been shaping and is getting stronger.
Yeah, it is possible, although it's so poorly done that it's difficult to.
All right, so we listened to Trump earlier before a lot of you wasn't here when we listened to Trump give an update, give the address that he provided last night at 9:20 or 9 p.m. last night. He gave an update on Epic Failure Operation Epic Failure. He gave an update on that, and so we listened to that. His side, we listened to Mr. Mohammad Marandi, former advisor to Iran's nuclear negotiation team, who is currently a professor at the University of Tehran. We're listening to him. Now we're going to go listen to some of the American United States Colonel, former Colonel um, Lawrence Wilkerson. So we're going to go listen to some of the Americans and see what they say about what's happening. Do I want to see? I want to listen to. Let's see. Where is it at? Is this Lawrence? No, that's not Lawrence. Yo, I thought I say where. Oh, there it is. Let's listen
Your
to
last chance to
former Colonel in the United States military, Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson. To hear what he got to say about former State Department Chief of Staff to General Colin Powell.
You sometimes have a hard time defending America anymore. And then that report that's coming out, have you heard about the report that has been very carefully put together by, I guess, Brown University and some others? Since 2000, we have killed 38 million people with our sanctions. 38 million people, half of whom are children, women. 38 million people. Add into that Libya, Syria, Afghanistan.
Wait. Not the United States, Colonel. Not the most righteous country in the world, Colonel. You know you ain't telling us the truth, Colonel. You gotta be lying, Colonel. Colonel, you gotta be lying, Colonel. But they ain't gonna believe you in the chat, sir. Sir, they ain't gonna believe you in the chat. Sir, you can't be telling us no numbers like that. We've killed 38 million people with these sanctions. Half of those people were women and children. Really, Colonel? That's where you coming out the gate like that, sir? They ain't gonna believe you, sir. They gonna say you a propagandist, sir. They ain't gonna believe you. They gonna say you been bit. That's what they gonna say. They gonna call you a liberal, sir, for telling the truth and speaking up. Come on,
You
Come
know,
on,
the
Colonel.
insider trading. I mean, uh, you sometimes have a hard.
You said it's really not hard to feel smarter than this guy. That's crazy, Lemon. You're so much smarter than me, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think I'm so stupid, but yet you still watch me. That's the part I can't really fathom with some of you weirdos, right? Like, I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I don't know what I'm talking about, but you still watch me. That's crazy to me. That is so like mind blowing that you still watch a guy that's so stupid and dumb. That's crazy.
Hard time defending America anymore. And then that report that's coming out. Have you heard about the report that has been very carefully put together by, I guess, Brown and Brown University and some others? Since 2000, we have killed 38 million people with our sanctions. 38 million people, half of whom are children, women. 38 million people. Add into that Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, Somalia. I'd bet our toll is over Joseph Stalin's, over Mao Zedong's, and probably over Hitler's in terms of people the empire has killed. This is unconscionable. And Arachi was absolutely right in his damnation of this empire. I don't care what anybody thinks about Iran. You can think it's the most evil Islamic theocracy on the face of the earth. It does not hold a candle to the American empire.
Yeah. Actually, Pete Hegseth was bragging today that how precise are the attacks on Iran, and we are hitting, strategic points in strategic locations in Iran. But the reality is, Larry, that they're attacking pharmaceutical companies, mostly producing, medicine for
Arachi listed it.
for the people. Yeah,
he listed it. Same thing they're doing in Cuba. I saw the what's happened to Cuba.
I'm not rage baiting. That's the difference between me and you. You a lifelong troll. That's all you look forward to in life is to rage bait in life and troll people in real life. That's what you look forward to. Don't ever compare me to you, sir. All right. So now I'm gonna go ahead and get you off my channel because what I do is I control trolls. You understand that? All right. I don't like zombies, so I'm gonna go ahead and get you off my channel. And yeah, come back in 86,000 seconds. Now you can go ahead and type something now in the chat and see if it goes through, but I doubt it goes through. All right, because I don't give a fuck about your freedom of speech. Lemon, the fuck out of here. I don't even like lemon. I like lime.
Cuba yesterday in aggregate. It's horrible. One of the best healthcare systems on the face of the earth. I know. I toured their hospitals. I toured their Hermanos Brigada. I toured their what John Bolton called a chemical facility. Was a bio-level 3 facility that actually made really good medicines. They wiped out Japanese encephalitis completely, wiped it out on the island. They did it all by themselves. Maybe they were helped a little by the Brazilians, but mostly they did it by themselves. They had
Larry, we have a lot of Cuban, doctors here in Brazil. They're amazing. They're amazing.
And they're just broken now. They're broken. Now, this Russian tanker may give them a little bit of life. I hope so, because it's got a lot of energy on it, if you will, in terms of they were doing things like taking babies off respirators because they had to conserve the power, and then hoping that when the power came back for an hour or two, the baby would not be dead.
Larry, when it comes to the situation in Israel, we have a new report. The guy who's in Israel, the Fox News, reporting for Fox News, he was reporting how the situation is getting worse as time goes by with this war. And here is what he reported.
Get from the Israeli people that we talk to is to finish the job. They don't want to have to deal with this. They don't want to have their children raised in bomb shelters. On Wednesday, tomorrow, the Israeli people will mark the first night of Passover, and many of them will be having their Passover seders in bomb shelters. And it's just a reality that the Israeli people are tired of. They want these threats to be reduced against their country, and they'd like to live in peace and stability.
They have to spend Passover in bomb shelters, bro. Fox News is in Israel reporting that these people these people are gonna have to spend Passover in bomb shelters. But I thought the United States said they completely wiped out Iran's missile capabilities, y'all. I thought Iran was completely obliterated. I thought Iran military was annihilated. I thought they reduced their missile capabilities by 90%. But why is these people having to spend Passover in bomb shelters? They're tired of this. They're tired of being hit every day.
It's such a good point, Trey, because, there's divided government in Israel. You got a prime minister of one side and you got a president of another side. But the one thing they agree on is the threat that Iran poses to their country.
Wait, Iran poses a threat? They still pose a threat to their country? I thought the military was done, Chad. I thought Iran's military was wiped out. What happened? Isn't that what Donald Trump is telling us every day, y'all? Come on now.
And I think that tells us.
Yeah.
They're missing the point, though. They're missing the point. Those Israelis want Netanyahu to wipe out the Palestinians and wipe out the Iranians. That's the solution they want. They don't understand that that solution is impossible to achieve and that they're the ones going to be wiped out. That's the truth of it.
And they're not going to be part of the operation if the United States decides to go underground on one of these islands and some of these islands.
No, you won't find the Israelis being anywhere near that. They know better.
Yeah, they know better because they getting their ass whooped right now by Hezbollah. They getting whooped on the ground by Hezbollah. Of course, IDF ain't gonna go to Iran and get on the ground. Hell no. They getting their ass whooped in Lebanon. Oh my gosh.
And they're just getting a lot of significant casualties on the border with Lebanon.
The armored forces in Lebanon, I'm seeing pictures that I never thought I would see about the IDF vaunted armored corps. Moshe Dayan's rolling over in his grave. These people are unlimbering their tanks and running because their column, they're very smart, the Hezbollah fighters. They eliminate the lead tank, eliminate the rear tank, then they take one or two out in the center, then the rest are just sitting ducks because they're not even maintaining tactical distance in their columns because they're so used to not having to. So they're just moving in as fast as they can, bumper to bumper almost. That's extremely stupid, but it's extremely stupid, especially under this kind of warfare because they're dying. I saw the Haaretz this morning, 5 more dead from the armored corps in Lebanon. And they're not reporting on all the casualties. I mean, there's a tight restriction on casualty reporting. Like I think I told you.
There's a tight restriction on casualty reporting on both sides. Y'all still believe it's 13 soldiers. Y'all still believe it's only 13 soldiers. You are sadly mistaken.
Earlier, the official list in the hospitals was 5,817, I think. And then Netanyahu came out and said, yeah, but all but 137 of them had been released back to the bomb shelter or whatever. Yeah, right. How were they released back? Minus a hand, minus a foot, minus an arm? I mean, don't tell me that you have 5,000 plus, almost 6,000 in your hospitals, and only 137 are there now, and
Thank
all
you
the
for
rest of them
subscribing
were
to the
just,
channel.
a Band-Aid.
Don't think it's funny to see America fail. No, I don't. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's funny at all. I think it's fucked up because we shouldn't be failing. We wouldn't be failing if we didn't start this war. We had no business being there in the first place. So if the American people don't have any say so in this whole operation, then why the fuck should I give a damn? You charging us for it. You using all of our tax dollars anyway. So fuck them. Fuck Donald Trump. And if those motherfuckers want to go over there and fight in this war because they signed the paper, they signed the dotted line, and a lot of them don't agree with this war too. A lot of them don't agree with this war, but they have to go, right? They have to go because they signed the dotted line. That's on them. That's on them. They want to go over there and fight this war, this Israel war. This is not our war. This is Israel's war. So, oh well, bye. You go over there and die for Israel. Do your thing.
Larry, when it comes to the policy in Israel, do you think that is it matter who's the prime minister of Israel anymore? Or do you think that because all of them, you see,
I don't think there's a relief on the horizon. Labor's been killed. I'm not even sure what labor is anymore. Yitzhak Rabin's, I think, assassination just sort of set them back so far they couldn't see the light anymore. So there's no leavening force in Israel, which is another reason why it's not a democracy. It's a single party state. It's Likud. It's Likud and the allies it has that are even further to the right than Likud. And I understand yesterday they were out there beating with bullwhips or whatever the Orthodox that were refusing to go into the lines, and refusing to serve. This is not creating a very healthy situation either, that they're having to pound these people even to get them to serve. What kind of soldiers are they going to make? Are they just going to feed them into the caves and the tunnels or whatever and let them die? I'm sure some of them probably would like to do that with them, getting a free ride, not serving at all because their religious beliefs. Yeah. Israel is in turmoil. I think that's a light way of saying it. They're in turmoil. They've never been this hard pressed before. It certainly is not a safe haven for Jews anymore. It is anything but a safe haven. Living in bomb shelters 24/7, eating in bomb shelters, celebrating in bomb shelters. You come out of the bomb shelter, you have a real good chance of being severely wounded or dying. You're seeing everything when you do come out, you're seeing everything around you aflame or destroyed, including now lots of civilian properties and buildings and businesses.
And we're supposed to feel sorry for these people who started this war. We're supposed to feel sorry for them. No, we're not supposed to feel sorry for Israel. They started this war. They wanted this war. They thought they underestimated Iran, and then they're paying the price every single day. They are paying the price for this war that they started. So it is what it is. All right, let's move on from Colonel uh, Lawrence Wilkerson. Let's move on and let's go over to Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Come on now.
The person who invented this multifunction.
Talk about it, Chad. We're going to listen to that. We're going to listen to that.
The objective is to open the Strait of Hormuz, which, as everybody points out, was opened before this stupid war. It's so obscene and absurd what these idiots have done, which was to take a situation where there was no crisis and make it into one of the world's great crises. And we're actually heading to an economic calamity right now because.
Hey, Karina. What's up, Karina? Shout out to my moderator, Karina. Long time no see. How you doing? I think I seen you yesterday, but it's been a while. You know what I'm saying? It's been a while. Sometimes you come and you come and go. You come and go. But much love to Karina, y'all. Shout out to Karina. How you doing?
Because they did something for no reason at all, except that Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu decided to do it.
So how, when you say an economic, something about that. When you say an economic calamity, well, what do you mean exactly? Is the sky falling really, or is this overhyped?
This is a big deal because what's happening now is the place where about a third of the world's petroleum is produced and is shipped is going up in flames the way we're going. We're not quite there yet. What's happened so far is that the transit of the oil and gas has stopped, and there has been no small amount of physical destruction of the oil and the gas fields and some refineries and some pumping stations and so forth. And we have the price of oil as a result has increased from about $60 a barrel to about $115 a barrel as we speak. That's enough to put the world into a crisis, but they seem determined to blow the whole damn thing up because we're on an escalating path. Every day or two, Israel does something so obnoxious, so shocking, so destabilizing, you can't quite believe it. Blowing up some.
Mr. 155, what's good, brother? Good morning, man. Y'all have a great day, 3-day weekend coming up. See you, man. Yes, sir, man. Good to see you, Mr. 155. You have a great weekend, brother. Be safe out there.
New facility of Iran, some gas field or something else. Iran.
Israel is the chosen land of the chosen people. That's funny as hell.
Retaliates. They're fighting for their very survival. The Gulf region, where we're talking about, doesn't have defenses for its oil fields and its gas fields and its refineries. You're not supposed to have a war here, but they made a war because Netanyahu and Trump are delusional megalomaniacs. So they said, why don't we run Iran? And that's what they thought they would do. Why don't we just kill the top people in the government, then we'll run Iran. And you can remember Donald Trump saying at the start of this, I'll pick the next leader. Mm-hmm. This is crazy stuff.
I remember that too. He definitely said he should pick the next leader. Definitely said that.
And that was a month ago. And since that time, we've headed towards the destruction.
But he said today it was not. It's not about regime change. But yes, he was saying that, Mr. Sachs. He was definitely saying he should pick the next leader, right? But today he was saying no, this is not about regime change, which is partly true. No, it's definitely about regime change. We definitely want somebody that's gonna be there, that's gonna do exactly what the U.S. commands them to do, just like what Qatar and the UAE and just like these neighboring countries in the Gulf right now, they are literally doing what the United States is asking them to do, letting them use whatever they need to use in the region. They are bending the knee
of the Middle East, and we're step by step going there. Thousands of people being killed. I don't know the count, but it's claimed, well, certainly tens of thousands of bomb sites in Iran itself. And Iranian missiles are raining down on the countries of the region, Bahrain, Qatar, the Emirates, Saudi Arabia.
There's a reason for that. That's a reason for that. For you, Dominic, my friend. Thank you, Karina. Thank you, Karina, for showing love. I appreciate that. Thank you.
and, of course, Israel, which started all of this. And Israel, in the meantime, is invading Lebanon. And Hezbollah, which was formed already 40 years ago to defend against Israeli repeated invasions of Lebanon, is fighting back and sending missiles into Israel. And
Thanks,
in
David.
Yemen, the group in control, the Houthi, are also sending missiles into Israel. It's
Good
just a
morning, Frank. What's
jolly
up, Frank?
party. And it all started a month ago at a moment when the negotiator of Oman, another country in the region that was mediating between the United States and Iran, said, wonderful breakthroughs in the diplomacy. We'll be meeting the next week in Vienna because there's
Karina, you must warn you a little something on those scratch offs, Karina. Karina, you must want a little something on the scratch offs. Oh my God.
such breakthroughs. And Jimmy, what happened was that the leadership of Iran
Iran did not slaughter 30,000 people of their own people. That's a lie, Jeb. You've been bit by the propaganda bug. You've been bit by the right wing narrative bug. That is a lie. That is a lie. That is a lie, Jeb Common. That's a lie. An unconfirmed truth, or that's a lie, bro. That's a lie. I'm sorry you believe that Western propaganda. You've been bit by it. It's a lie. It's not true.
met together to discuss the breakthroughs, and Mossad called the CIA, said, we have them in our sights, let's bomb the
Fox News just says 75,000. So which one is it? Is it 75,000, 30,000, 45,000? Which one is it? Y'all can never get the number right. Just like when Donald Trump talk about the illegal immigrants and stuff like that, he always talking about, Biden allowed in 25,000, and then the next day he'll say Biden allowed in 100,000 illegal, and then the next day he'll say he allowed in. What y'all never have your facts right. You never have your facts right. You don't. That's why I don't trust nothing right wing media. Nothing. None of y'all. Y'all never have your facts right.
hell out of them. And here we are. These are maniacs, absolute maniacs, out of control, that he happens to have the job.
Chat, I don't think they believe me, chat. Watch this. I don't think they believe me, y'all. I don't think they believe me about right wing. Watch this. I don't think they believe me about right wing. Let's go to right wing. All right, let's look at this real quick. Let me just bring this up real quick. I don't think they believe me, y'all. I don't think they believe me. Watch this. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this thing. So we're gonna look at this. Trump says core strategic objectives in Iran war are nearing completion. All right, so let's look at this real quick. So this total news sources we have is 316, right? Leaning left, we have 68 sources. Coverage detail. Leaning right, we have 35, and center sources we have 143. Okay, so here we go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. So here we go, right here. Bias distribution, 58% center. All right, so let's go and look at Fox News. Matter of fact, we're gonna look at all of the sources down here, right? So we're looking at the left source right here for USA Today. All right, so the left wing USA Today source on this topic is a high factuality source. All right, from Ground News. Okay, so what they do, they bring in all the sources and they bring them in all together, and they bring in and they gather all the facts, right? And so we're looking at Press TV. Press TV is a right wing source, right? And if you can see it right here, what does it say, chat? Low factuality, right? It's a right wing source. Sometimes you'll have some right wing sources that are factual, right? High factual, but it's very rare. Very rare, because it's always an agenda with right wing sources. It's always a narrative and bias with right wing sources. You can't trust it. Okay? You cannot trust it. You just can't. All right? Center, we got a center source right here. We got another center source. We got a right wing source right here from Austria. Okay, this is a right-wing source from Austria. Cronin. Obviously, it's not going to be in our language though. So, but it's a high factual source on this topic. Trump war is an investment in the future, right? So you have Time Magazine, right? A left-wing source, left-leaning source, high factuality on this topic, on this particular topic. We're gonna look at Politico in Europe is talking about this. Belgium, this topic, it's in their language, very high factuality. We're looking at Germany, a right-wing source right here in Germany, talking about this topic. High, very high factuality, very high. Let's see if we can find Fox News though. Let's see if we can find Fox News. The Daily Center, right-wing source, mixed factuality. Let's find some more articles on the right wing. I'm telling y'all, they always mix factuality, and most of them that are high factuality are not even in the United States. It's Sweden. We got one right here in India. Times of India, lean right, mixed factuality, right wing. But we're gonna try to find Fox News. I'm gonna show y'all some. I'm gonna find some Fox News one. Fox News is never high factuality, ever. Ever. They're always mixed, low factuality. They always lying. It ain't gonna show it to me that way. Okay, it ain't gonna show it to me that way. Let me go back. Let me find. They're not even at the top of this list. You can't even find their sources on this. Trump says core strategic. Let's go find something else real quick. Let's go find another article real quick. See what we can find. Something that's updated. The U.S. Appeal Court halts nationwide rulings rejecting Trump immigration detention policy. Trump endorses funding ICE and Border Patrol in GOP only bill. Let's see. Let's see if we can find something on this real quick. We got 6 sources on this. Is Fox News one of them? No, there's not nothing on that real quick. Let me go to For You. For You. Takeaways from Trump's speech. Let's see if we can find some sources on this. Alrighty. Romania, the Epic Times. The Epic Times is out of New York. The Epoch. I'm sorry, it's not Epic. It's Epoch. Epoch Times is a right-wing source, high factuality. 4 takeaways from Trump prime time address on Iran. All right. I mean, but it's not really much you can say about that, right? But anyways, you can't even really find Fox News on here. You'll see it, but they're not on here right now. But when they are on here, it's nothing you want to read because they don't have the facts straight. It's nothing you want to read. Y'all lucky I can't find them with anything because I definitely want to prove this point because they're just so untrustworthy. All right. I ain't gonna spend too much time on this chat. I can't find anything right here, so let's get into another video. Let's get into another video. I'll show y'all one day when I run across their uh, stuff again. All right, let's get into some furious American voters refuse to forgive MAGA voters.
Getting hard and getting turned on are not the same thing.
That is why Blue Chew Gold was created.
Science shows that arousal.
At what point?
Yo, why are they promoting this Blue Chew shit? They are promoting this Blue Chew shit. All right, so Trump is an effing clown, blah, 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 blah. This is garbage. I'm sorry, this is garbage to you. You can't prove a point with a pencil. That's crazy. That's a good one right there, Ace. I was about to block you, but I ain't going to block you because that was actually a good one. But I think you gave yourself enough time for about another hour. Hang around. You'll eventually get up out of here.
point does ignorance stop being understandable and start just being negligence? And I think that most of us feel that 2024 was that line.
The deeply painful and emotional divide running through the heart of America right now is very real. In this video, you will see why furious Americans still refuse to forgive MAGA voters. We aren't just looking at the news. We are looking at the raw anger, the heartbreak, and the deep-seated frustration that everyday people are feeling as they try to survive.
You know, I thought it would be easier the more I talked about leaving MAGA, being a 3-time Trump voter. But I have to be completely honest with you that it's not getting easier, and it actually feels like it's getting more difficult because I'm gaining more empathy. And I don't think people really realize how counterintuitive the hate that I receive when you can take one look at my page and see that I am doing the work. I read a comment this morning that I'm not stitching because I don't want hate to come our way, but you'll understand why I'm reading it. I've been deconstructing from Christianity and left MAGA. I do not speak about it because the hate you receive from the left is no different from the hate you received when you were in the cult. I'm just minding my own business and rewiring my whole belief system. What people don't understand is how hard it is to actually wake up and realize your entire life has been a lie, and now you have to start over from scratch.
What's going on right here, y'all? Why are women so emotional? You shouldn't block on the cuff of opposing views. I block disrespect. I block stupidity and disrespect. That's what I block. But you don't tell me what I shouldn't do. You understand that? You don't tell me what I shouldn't do. All right? What hate from the Republicans? Explain. Bro, shut up. What's his name? Bar my cat, shut up. Men are more emotional than women. That's why they kill each other every day. That's why they can't talk it out like men. You got to go around and we got to go around and unalive each other because we're so emotional. Men are more emotional than women. Shut up, bro.
I'm not going to allow any negativity from anyone into my life. It's hard enough to do this.
I'm not gonna let y'all come in here and talk shit about women, bro. Don't do that, bro. Just stop that. Don't be bashing women on my channel. We ain't doing that. Women are so emotional, bro. Come on. Come on.
I can't see. I had to stop and gather myself. Not only that, I'm not going to be a part of any political party or religion ever again, so the expectation of the left thinking we have to vote blue now in order to make amends or something is not something I want to be a part of. The amount of "I'll never forgive you" I see in your last video is enough for me to never try to speak up on anything that's happened to get me here. My entire family is deep Southern conservative Christian Republican.
Yeah, you don't see these little girls going around shooting schools. You see these little boys going around shooting schools. You don't see these women out here shooting people on the streets. You see these men out here shooting people on the streets. Man, get the hell out of here, bro. Y'all crazy as hell, bro.
Republicans. It's been buried into my whole system since birth. Seeing my truth and removing myself from it has been the hardest thing I've ever done. I don't really know what else to say other than, I don't think that this is what the left wants. You've been shouting for people to wake up for years, and people do. And you just want to harp on, and I get it, that it didn't happen soon enough. And I don't believe that. I can't believe that. I have too much hope in my soul. Well, they're already down.
I'm never forgiving y'all for putting us in this position. I know some of y'all have come out with these regretful, tearful videos saying that y'all sorry for what y'all did to us in November. You're sorry for your choice and all that stuff. And that's great that you have decided to wake up. Fantastic. I personally am never forgiving you because you set this country on a course that it didn't have to be on. You put us in a position willfully that is going to take decades to even get close to being fixed. Decades. People have suffered. People have been unalived because of your choice, because of your willful ignorance, because of your lack of empathy, because of your lack of sympathy, because of your refusal to look at facts. I've tried every single phase of trying to reach these people before we got here. Empathy, sympathy, reasoning. I personally know a mother of 4 who ignored all the facts and voted against all 4 of her children. I know a dude who I
All right, we gonna move on. We got one more video, guys, and we're gonna shut it down. 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 So we're gonna go ahead and get into it right here. Damn, did that shit really go away?
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's gonna be the last video of the night, y'all.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We got a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back here with you tonight on Monday. We have a lot to talk about tonight. Lots to get into. A big show. Our featured story, we are once again covering the war in Iran. Now in its 5th week.
5th week.
5 weeks of war. Can you believe it? Just another 2 more weeks to, what is the expression again? Flatten the curve, flatten Iran. And today is day 31, I believe it is. Day 31 of the war, and sort of interesting. Our big story tonight, this conflict is going to go in either one of 2 directions. These are both signals from the president in just the past 24
Jeb, I saw it the first time. You ain't gotta say it again, Jeb. I saw it, bro. Like I saw your comment. I see all the comments, y'all. I see. Bro repeated it. Like I'm gonna make sure he see it. Y'all be crazy, bro. Y'all be crazy as hell. Y'all be crazy as hell, man. Watch this shit. Y'all be wildin', bro. Watch this real quick. Hold on. Alright, no, I know how to get rid of some of y'all. I know how to get rid of some of y'all. I know how to get rid of some of y'all.
4 hours. Yesterday, Trump said on Truth Social that if Iran does not open up the Strait of Hormuz, then he's going to level the entire country. He's going to bomb desalination, power plants, electrical grid, oil industry, even the oil infrastructure on Karg Island. So that's option number 1. That's plan A. Plan A is if Iran does not surrender immediately, we're going to escalate, bomb everything. We may even take the island. According to a new interview from the Financial Times, Trump said he's considering seizing the oil, which we've discussed many times over the past week and a half, 2 weeks. Plan B, option number 2, and again, this is also just in the past 24 hours. Earlier tonight, it was reported by the Wall Street Journal that Trump may end the war without even reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So that's plan B. Option number 2 is we're just done. We're just going to finish the war, and we won't even open up the strait. We're just giving it to Iran permanently, or unless or until we intervene again to open up the strait. Although it's hard to see how we would do that.
Wait, okay. I'm going to let him finish his point.
So, as always, just like every other week in the conflict so far, we really have no clue, based on purely what is being said by the administration, by Trump himself, where this is going. Is it escalating? Is it de-escalating? Will it go on for 4 weeks or months, years, or is it going to end any day?
It's going to end. It's going to end. I think it's going to end soon. Well, earlier I said it might drag out. It just depends. But if it gets too bad, I think that's why he's trying to declare victory. I think like time after time he keeps saying that we've won this war. You know, we've done this, we've done this, we've obliterated their military, we've taken out this, we've taken out that, we've won this war. I think that's why he's claiming victory, so he can just slide on out. Just leave the region, just get on up out of there and just claim victory. And I think that's what he should do.
No clue. That being said, I think I've figured it out. We're going to provide some clarity. The operative word there is if you're going purely off of what is being said. But if you're following what is being done and you consider why these things are being said, I think it's pretty clear the direction we're heading in. And so we'll analyze this a little bit. I'll just tell you right out of the gate, I think it's a fake out. When Trump says he's going to leave without opening the Strait of Hormuz, what is the intended reaction to that announcement? The reaction isn't even for us. It's not even about how we respond to this. This is about how Asia will respond. This is about how Europe will respond. If Trump says we're leaving without reopening the strait, it will affect us, and it will affect us more as time goes on. But it will affect every country at a different time. It will affect Asia first, it will affect Europe second, and it will affect us lastly, and probably the least acutely out of all these countries. We don't rely on oil from the Persian Gulf like the Asian countries do. We don't rely on LNG like Europe does.
Bro, bots can subscribe to the channel too. That's why, like, after you go live, when you complete your live and you go check your YouTube studio or whatever, you see how many subscribers you got. The next day, YouTube start taking away subscribers because it ain't people that's unsubscribing to your channel. No, it's bots being removed from your subscription list, so they can subscribe to the channel too. I don't know how, but they do it.
We have enough energy that we are safe. So if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, or if Iran imposes a toll on that, then that becomes a problem for every other country far before and more than it does for us. And so I think that is a strategy. I think that's a play. And I think we're still on. Based on the deployments that are happening in the Middle East and based on what Trump has been telegraphing for the past 2 or 3 weeks, I think we are still on for ground operations in the Persian Gulf, either at Karg Island, at Hormuz Island, or one of the other islands, maybe one of the contested islands claimed by the United Arab Emirates, or possibly up to and including coastal areas on the mainland in Iran near the strait. I still think that is the trajectory. So we'll talk about all that. That's going to be our big development on Iran. If we have time, okay, get a load of this. If we have time, we'll cover this as well. The other big news from today is that Trump has unpaused the processing of asylum requests. So you might remember that at the end of last year in December, Trump went to U.S. Customs and Immigration and told them to stop processing all asylum claims by asylum seekers. And that effectively shut down the refugee process and the asylum process.
Okay.
There's now 4 million applications backlogged because effectively none of them were getting through. That was it. Well, now today, Trump has unpaused that. He reversed that rule.
Really?
And so now immigration will once again begin processing asylum claims.
Is
It
that a
gets
bad thing?
better every day.
Is that a bad thing though? I don't think that's a bad thing to be processing the asylums. I mean, I know. How is that a bad thing, Nick? People trying to try to do the right thing, right? Isn't that what the conservatives want? Isn't that what the right wing want, right? You want people to do things the right way, get in the right way, come into the country through the legal process, seek asylums. Like, what's the problem here, sir?
It just gets better every day. It's like you're just getting punched in the face every day, repeatedly. Every day, you're just getting socked in the mouth by the administration, and you're getting it in two directions. You're getting it on both sides. It's a classic two-man. Not to be gross, but it's a classic two-man. The Jews are running a classic two-man on you and everyone you love because they're hitting you with the war in Iran. Goyim are dying for Israel. Goyim are going to land on the island and get drone strike to death. It's going to cost us $200 billion. How are we going to pay for that? We're going to cut all the healthcare money. So you're getting it on that front. The Zionist Jews, they're really squeezing us. It's costing us a lot of money, and we're all going to die, and it's going to be a nuclear war. But then they're also getting you from the other side. They're also getting you, hitting it from the other direction.
Pause.
Because now the immigration is continuing apace. And so those 10 million illegals under Biden, they're not going anywhere. The deportations are over. They gave up. They changed the slogan. They said, we're not running on that anymore. It's not happening anymore. We have somehow a worse DHS secretary. First one was already terrible. Asylum requests going through. 10 million Biden illegals effectively amnestied. You're getting it from the other side as well. Stephen Miller's getting thrown under the bus. What happened?
When did he get thrown under the bus?
So this administration truly.
And how is Mark Wayne worse than Kristi Noem? Krusty Nomes. We're gonna call her Krusty Nomes. So they saying Mark Wayne. He's saying Mark Wayne is worse than Krusty Nomes.
Truly, it's just the gift that keeps on giving every day. At least for me. For everybody else, some people are having a hard time with this. Some of our plan trusters, we got to check in on them. They're on suicide watch. Got to pop in for a wellness check. For those plan trusters in your life, what do they call? I guess they call themselves the plan trusters, Trump loyalists. My ideology is unironically loyalty to Donald Trump. It's like, hey, pal. Hey, buddy. You doing okay? Have a conversation. Open up that conversation. Ask them how they're doing. If all of a sudden they seem suddenly optimistic and they have this burst of energy, that's a big red flag. It means they're about to kill themselves. So you might want to check in on them.
Come back in 24 hours. Come back in 24 hours. I don't know, Mr. Anderson, Luca, where y'all at? Why y'all ain't talking in the chat? Where everybody at? Put a 1 in the chat if you here. Put a 1 in the chat if you up in here, man. Put a 1 in the chat. A lot of people you got to understand too, a lot of people just watching. Some people just watching. It's late. It's 3, 4 in the morning. And I turned on subscribers only, so a lot of people just watching. They might not subscribe to the channel. That's why the chat is dead. So a lot of people they're watching, but they don't want to subscribe to the channel.
Might want to check in on your friends because it's got to be tough. I saw somebody today. I think the guy's handle was Rogue Scholar Press. Typical faggot. Rogue Scholar. Okay, yeah, real rogue. Girl Dad Maverick over here. Girl Dad Maverick. Girl Dad.
Do you like Fuentes or no? I can't tell. Not really. I mean, I'm just listening to him, just hearing what he got to say. I mean, he said a lot of things that I kind of disagree with, but I don't dislike the guy. I don't dislike him. I don't like him. I don't support him. I'll tell you that. I mean, it is what it is. He makes some good points sometimes. Sometimes he makes some good points.
Knight in shining armor, medieval knight, crusader, girl dad, wife guy, crusader, 1433 logged on.
He's a grifter, though. I mean, he don't know if he want to be a white supremacist or, you know, he don't know what he want to be. He don't know if he want to be a white nationalist. He say he's leaving the Republican Party. He says he's joining the Democrats. So he don't know. Whatever, I guess, wherever the money goes, right? Whatever makes him the most money is where he's gonna go. He flip flops. He's a grifter, really. At the end of the day, that's what he is.
And I replied to this on Twitter. He said, and it's so funny how they do this. So it's one of these pro-Trump Twitter accounts. And the tweet was something like, maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I'll correct myself, and I still hope everything's okay. He goes, but I'm starting to think we got scammed. I'm starting to think we got tricked. I'm starting to think Trump has squandered his 10-year legacy and for Israel with this war. It's like, you think? What gave you that impression? Really? When did you start to realize that? Was it before or after we bombed Iran for the 6 millionth time? Well, how many bombings today? 13,000? It was on Fox News today. 13,000 targets hit in Iran. Oh, now you think the 10-year legacy is in the toilet. Interesting. Interesting. What tipped you off? But I love all these people. They're so reluctant to even say that. And for me, that's the cherry on top.
Said, I know that. I stopped supporting him when he said he likes blacks and Mexicans. When he said he likes blacks, that's just me being honest. You stopped supporting him when he said that? That's crazy. I also say we're living in an upside down, Mr. Anderson. One. Okay, Reggie up in here. Okay.
That's the icing on the cake. Add a little bit of spice, please. Because have you noticed that there's like this, it really is like a cult. Nobody is allowed to say that it's not going the way they want it to go among the plan trusters, even though they all recognize it's a disaster. So they're starting to sort of cautiously venture out. And they always have those qualifiers. You know, I'm not a panikin. I voted for Trump 3 times. I gave Trump $60,000, and maybe I'm wrong, but I just have to say how I feel. I think there's maybe not a real plan here. And they all just get shouted down. They're all just getting eaten alive in the replies by the cadre of pro-Trump influencers.
That's exactly how they be, though. I swear that's how they be. Especially, though. You be on the comments on Instagram, bro. I'm telling you. You be on the what you talking about? You be in the comments on Instagram, bro, and you see the amount of people saying that they hate that, like they hate that they voted for him, or like they just want to like a pat on the back for like realizing that they shouldn't have voted for him. It's funny, bro. But it's like they want to come into another space and say it. Like you don't really know if they're like in, you know, the right wing or the conservative spaces and they're saying those things. You don't know. You'll never know, but it's almost like it's weird, bro. It's weird. Luca, who you talking to, Luca? What are you talking about? I was rolling up a J. Oh, he said, read my comment too, or you embarrassed. No, he said you rolling up a J. He's calling the cult out, right? Exactly. He's calling them out.
And I live for that. I really, because that, you know, that's what happened to me. I was the first one to say it in 24. Everybody had a big problem with that. I was the first one in 2024 to say, guys, I think it's not going to be how you think it is. And everybody just shit on me. So now we're here. But anyway, That's just a little fun on Twitter. Before we get into the show, I want to remind you to smash the follow button on Rumble, smash the like button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about the show. Check out our merch store, Fuentes.store. We have our brand new spring collection. So many great products, and we're selling a lot of them. We have our short. War in Iran is a bad idea. And let the record show that ever since the war started, I said it would be a bad idea. And this is a catastrophe. There's no exit plan. It's causing economic damage, and it's not in our interest, and so on and so forth. And a lot of people are congratulating him for this discovery, for this take. But you want to know something about that and Matt Walsh? I want you to take a little trip down memory lane, because unlike a lot of other people, if you watch my show, you know this about me, and maybe you're the same way. We don't have collective amnesia.
I don't know if it's shadow banned. Dominic, are you off for the holidays? No, Karina. No, I'm not.
We do not have brain rot here. We remember what people said and what people did last week and last month and last year and 2 years ago. And I'm old enough to remember, and I have enough of a recall to remember that Matt Walsh went on Tucker Carlson's show last year, and do you know what he said about the Middle East?
What's up, Looney?
His take on the Middle East a year ago is that if you are extremely pro-Israel and if you are extremely anti-Israel, that both sides of that conversation are not putting America first. He said the real America first position is to be indifferent to the developments in the Middle East, indifferent to Palestine, indifferent to Iran, indifferent to Lebanon and Yemen. He said the real America first position is to fixate on what happens in America and school board meetings and the economy and Disney Plus and
Disney Plus. And Disney Plus. Lucas, I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Rolling up a J. No, he should admit defeat and still get the hell out of there. Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know which one you talking about, bro. What's up, Looney? Looney, what's going on, Looney?
transgender athletes competing in girls' sports and all that. He said he really did the both sides thing. If you're obsessed with the Middle East as anti-Israel or pro-Israel, those are two sides of the same coin and they're both wrong. Well, you know what? And I said this on Twitter in reply.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem watching Nick Fuentes. I ain't got no problem watching him.
To his epiphany that this war in Iran is bad. We have been marching toward a war in Iran for 2.5 years. And even longer than that. We have been marching toward a war in Iran really since like 2003. If you want to know the truth. And it really accelerated in 2018 when Trump pulled us out of the Iran nuclear deal. And then after October 7th, it was a fait accompli. It was inevitable. And there were some people that have been putting up the flare about this for a long time and warning people, pay attention to the Middle East. And what's more, pay attention to what is happening domestically. Because there is a dual track here. At once, you have very troubling developments in the Middle East. Clearly,
I'm not seeing y'all comments, bro. Hold on, let me see. What comments are y'all seeing? Hold on real quick. Oh, let me see all. Oh, okay. I'm seeing more comments. I had the comments on top messages. So I didn't even see Looney. Iran complied with Obama agreement. I just came across this. Okay. I'm seeing now because I had it on top. I said there is no Trump legacy. Maybe in the files. That's his legacy. Or is it gone again? Okay, I'm starting to see the comments now. It's not the end of the war. Trump's about to send troops in. He already sent them in. He's calling the cult Oh, I see it now, Luca. I see it now. I see it now. That's crazy. I couldn't see the chats because it was on top messages. So I can only see the top messages. But I just switched it to all messages now. So I can see everything. That's crazy. That is wow. They even agreed to give up all their nuclear material right before they were attacked. That's facts. I've not come from somewhere telling me to come here or anything. Gotcha, gotcha. All right. All of y'all are welcome here. All of y'all are welcome here.
Clearly, Israel has undertaken since October 7th this ambitious expansionist project to steamroll Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, the other Shiite militias, and then to decapitate Iran. That is obvious to anyone who is paying attention that that is the plan, was the plan, has always been the plan. And the other part of it is that simultaneously in America, the Jews have been ascending in politics, on the Republican side in particular, taking critical national security roles, infiltrating the MAGA movement, Mar-a-Lago, the Republican Party, because they believe that the Trump administration, that a Trump presidency will facilitate all of this. They will deliver Israel's agenda using the U.S. military. And like I said, for years, people have been pointing this out, like myself, like yours truly, and many other people. And all along the way, every step of the way, every step on this pathway towards the war in Iran, we've had people like Matt Walsh telling us, you are obsessed with the Middle East. You are obsessed with Israel. That's overblown. You have gone so anti-Israel that you are now America last because your fixation is on that region. I'm the real America first because I'm indifferent to all that stuff over there. In a word, every step of the way, they have tried to distract us. They have tried to obstruct us.
But why though? Why would, I mean, if he's saying, because, right, if you got a lot of things that are still happening though simultaneously though, like even with the war that's happening, they still trying to work. They're still trying to get the Save America. They still trying to get that passed, right? They still trying to get the funding for. They still trying to get that funding for DHS, all that stuff. They still trying, like, you can, the Trump administration is still trying to do a lot of the things that he said he was gonna do, right? They're still trying to do a lot of that stuff, but this has just kind of like overshadowed all of that. This war has just overshadowed all of that because it's just the main topic of discussion. But everything, a lot of stuff is still happening though in the background. So I might be marked as spam or something. No, you're not marked as spam. I hope not. Yeah, because someone said anti-Trump, blah, blah, blah. Crazy that YouTube hides comments by default. Got to select the setting to actually see all comments. Yeah, Israel have infiltrated British politics / government to all governments, even Germany.
Gaslight us. They have told us to bury our head in the sand as all of these developments have been happening. And this has been a long time coming. After October 7th, we gave Israel $26 billion.
$26 billion, bro. $26 billion, crazy.
To prosecute their war in Gaza. After October 7th, we intervened in Yemen in a full-fledged air and sea campaign against the Houthi rebels. We bombed Iran last year, and everybody told us it's not a big deal. It's not a real war. We just carried out one strike, and then that was it, and now it's over. Now here we are. Now here we are in a regime change war in Iran. It's going to cost us $200 billion. There might be a ground operation next week. And now they tell us, I don't think this war is a good idea. Oh, really? You don't say. Well, where were you every other step that led up to this? Oh, yeah, you were telling us to look the other way and stop paying attention. You were minimizing the issue and downplaying it.
Our politics defend Israel permanently in this, and it's terrible. You're from Germany? Okay,
and the reason that I say this, make a note. The reason I'm saying this is not to toot my own horn and say, you were wrong, I was right. Because people might say, well, who really cares? As long as we all wound up in the same place, what difference really does it make who was wrong and who was right? The reason I say this is because that was a very particular point of view, and still is, that is being promulgated. And I would say this is the indifferentist opinion, which is that Israel is not really that big of a problem. It's not really that big of an issue. It's really more of a distraction. People look at it as an inconvenience. They say, well, this Israel thing happens to be blowing up the MAGA coalition. Isn't that unfortunate? Israel may have pressured us into the war. Gee, maybe that was a mistake. But obviously, they and their lobby have played a central influence. They're obviously the driving force. They've orchestrated all of this, which has led to all of these outcomes. The fiscal cost of the war, the Americans dead in the war, the catastrophic ramifications for the global economy and our allies and credibility and deterrence in the world, the explosion of the MAGA movement, the division in our camp. They have played a central role. They have orchestrated all of it. And here's the point. You can't be America first unless you are pushing in the opposite direction, forcefully and explicitly every day. That's the point. It's not one issue among others. Clearly, this is a huge problem. If the Iran war is destroying the MAGA movement, if the Iran war is blowing up the dissident right nationalist movement, if it's forcing America to fight another regime change war in Iran, then there is no way to get to America first without confronting Israel.
I don't know. I'm anxious though. I think the MAGA movement is just upset right now. I think they're upset right now in the midst of what's happening right now. But I think as we approach the midterms though, as we get closer to November, right? I think the tone, I think the president's tone is going to change. We probably will pull away from Iran. I don't know, but I will say, if we don't pull away from Iran, with so many people right now in the United States who are opposing this war in Iran, the Republicans are going to struggle in the midterms. The Republicans will struggle in the midterms if he don't do something quick. If he don't do something quick, the Democrats is going to take over the midterms. Or do you think they're going to vote Republican regardless of everybody who made the division that's happening? Do you think they would still stick together in the midterm and still vote Republican? What do y'all think? Or do y'all think this is going to have a major impact on what's happening or what will happen in November? AIPAC fund, like 93% of U.S. Congress or whatever you call the politicians voted in. So it don't matter then. The midterms, it don't matter at that point, huh? Yes, he puts America last. Trump is getting so rich doing unconstitutional things all the time. He only wanted to be the president to stay out of prison for 34 count fraud, planned to stay in power. I'm a Scottish nationalist, which is about gaining independence from Westminster. It's not like the American nationalism. Okay. Okay. Now that everyone is calling out a pack, they're going to be using lesser known packs. They funnel money all sorts of ways. It's always automatically top messages. If the midterm elections are free and fair, it will be a blue wave, maybe even take the Senate. You're good, man. I don't see it. It's showing all messages. Let me check my settings real quick. Live chat is on. Live chat summary on. Participant subscribers only. Do I have block words? Let me make sure I have all of this. Community default. Hold potential inappropriate chat messages for review. That's on. So it has hold potential inappropriate chat messages. So let's just turn that off. All right. Let's see how things go right here. Okay. The Republicans suck. They only care about themselves. They get paid too much. All right. All right, let's get back to the video, guys. We're not going to be much longer, man. We're going to hang out for a little bit more, and we're going to take off, man, here in a bit. Trying to see if I can get to 2,600 subscribers, man. We're almost at 2,600 subscribers. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 2,600. Shout out to everybody that's already subscribed to my channel. Shout out to everybody that's already hit that like button today. I appreciate each and every one of you. All right. It just got reset for me as I rejoin. Got you. All right. This war is not going away, Reginald said. This war is not going away. All right. Reginald said the war ain't going away.
You understand? You can't sidestep it. You can't avoid it. You can't go over it, around it, underneath it. The only way to get to America first is through Israel first. It has to be confronted. It has to be destroyed. That's it. That's the only way. It's Mark Levin, Laura Loomer, Randy Fine, Jared Kushner. It's Fox News. It's The Blaze. It's people like Josh Hammer. These people are standing in the way, directly obstructing our goals. They have to lose. They have to be defeated. And the only way they can be defeated is if they are decisively confronted. We have to call them out. We have to expose them for what they are. We have to make the argument, not with dog whistles, not incrementally, explicitly, all the time, every day, until we win. That's it.
Thank you for subscribing
And
to
I
the
don't know
channel.
how anybody can take a guy like Matt Walsh seriously. He goes on the show and says Americans are dying in Iran, $200 billion in Iran. It's exploding our movement, dividing our movement. And he goes to work every day for Ben Shapiro, who is practically the chief propagandist promoting the war. He, along with Mark Levin and all the others, how can you entertain this contradiction? How do you not see that? And then you realize, of course, Matt Walsh, he does see it. He's not a dumb guy. He knows what Ben Shapiro is. He sees it. And he sees our comments and he sees our replies. And he chooses selectively not to engage. And so in a way, you have to understand that the people that are like Matt Walsh, they're actually our biggest enemy, in a way. They might actually be the biggest impediment. And you want to know why that is? Because if everybody is watching the Ben Shapiro show, they see a short, ugly Jew with a big yarmulke commanding us to die for Israel.
I think we got a video update. Why do I have to sign in? That's weird. That's weird. We might have a video update real quick. Let me see if I can go over here. That was a strike in Israel. They got some videos on that real quick. Let me see if I can find it.
Hey, it's
Might be some updates, guys. Good morning. Good morning. I mean, good morning or good night. Good morning. Where is that video at? Real quick. Current news. Here we go.
Right, debris from an intercepted Iranian missile attack has injured at least 5 Israelis near Tel Aviv. Fragments from a cluster missile also damaged.
Iran launches new strikes on Israel. This is at least 5 injured by missile debris near Tel Aviv. Breaking news. This was just put out about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes ago. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Whoever just subscribed, thank you. So Iran launches new strikes on Israel.
Water infrastructure in Bnei Brak district. A number of vehicles were damaged and several areas of Tel Aviv have reportedly been hit. Let's speak to Abed Abu Shahadeh, a political commentator joining us now from Jaffa. Thank you and good morning to you. What sort of a day would you
4 a.m. It is 4 a.m. for me. 4 a.m. Thank you guys for hitting that like button.
say your last 24 hours has it been in Israel when it comes to those missile attacks?
Good morning. I think yesterday everybody was surprised because Israeli media kept saying that the Iranian missile capability has been going down in the last few days, especially that we have seen a decrease in number of missiles, especially to the center. And yesterday was extremely difficult throughout the day and throughout the night, which brings more and more Israelis to ask serious questions concerning all the promises they've been hearing since the beginning of the war, concerning first off, the goals of the war, and now concerning the Iranian missile capability. So I think it was extremely difficult, especially today. Yesterday and today are the Jewish Passover.
Those interceptors don't look like they doing too much. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? That's just shrapnel, quote unquote shrapnel damage. I have been to the Middle East. I'm a veteran. Thank you for your service, Reginald. Thank you for your service. I mean, is that shrapnel damage right there? Or is that something that actually made it through the interceptors?
Holiday. They didn't get to celebrate the holiday, and now many of the citizens here couldn't even get a good night's sleep.
All right, and what do you think the reaction will be from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, that's the Israeli Prime Minister, in terms of the Trump speech? There was no mention of Israel within this speech, but we know that they started this war together.
Israelis are extremely concerned from two reasons. First of all, the objective of the war concerning the Iranian regime wasn't achieved. The other thing, and this is what worries them the most, is Lebanon. Any talks concerning the ceasefire, the Iranians are talking about ceasefire that includes also Hezbollah in Lebanon,
Right.
while Israel is moving forward.
Right, Iran is so decimated, bro. Right.
Toward the Litani River. And they are extremely worried that the American, just as we've seen last year, will force a ceasefire also with Lebanon. While by the end of the year, Netanyahu has election, he promised for the past 2.5 years an absolute victory. And now, when the Israelis are going to the polls, they're seeing that Hamas is still in Gaza, Hezbollah is still in Lebanon, and he didn't manage to change the regime in Iran. This is extremely not good for Netanyahu. And as we've been seeing, there are more threats on Israel today than there were before the 7th of October. And even though Israel has used massive force and power and destruction in Gaza and Lebanon and Syria, they need more military power now. They need more men to join the military. And there are obviously also internal problems concerning the Hasidic Jews who are still refusing to enlist their young men into the military.
That actually does bring me to the next point, which is that the Israeli military
said they never want to show the real damage they take. They mostly show debris falling on cars. Right.
is massively overstretched. They've been at war for a few years now, since October 7, 2023. They fought in Gaza, they fought with Hezbollah, and now they're fighting in Lebanon. Can you give us sort of an understanding of why they're so overstretched?
Yeah, I think the best example came when the Israeli military chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, answered back to the Israeli Knesset members who sent him letters concerning the decision he made over the Netzach Yehuda battalion who attacked the CNN reporters last week in the West Bank, who asked the chief of staff to allow the same soldiers who attacked the CNN reporters to go back to the military. His answer was, instead of focusing on this, it's better to push for policies that will get more men enlisted into the militaries and more soldiers to the military. And this shows
at least 25 people injured in Israel after Iranian attack on central and northern Israel.
The problem that the military has with the political elite concerning the overstretching of the Israeli military. The political elite wants to expand the war to stay in the northern Lebanon and northern Syria, while the military has an extreme problem with not enough soldiers to keep all of these occupations happening.
So how does that marry up with the fact, and this is no hidden secret, that Israel, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, have talked about a greater Israel? They call it the so-called buffer zones, areas in Syria, areas now in Lebanon, which is effectively an invasion in southern Lebanon, more land in Gaza as well, expansion in the West Bank. How will they have the resources to do that if that's the plan, to have a greater Israel?
Some things are physically impossible. Both Israel geography and demography is not in its favor. The number of Israelis that could take part in all of this military expeditions is limited to a couple of 100,000. Last week, the chief of staff, Eyal Zamir, said that he doesn't have enough power to maintain the lawlessness that the settlers are making in the West Bank for itself. Now they have also problems in Syria and occupations in Syria and in Lebanon.
I don't know what they're going to do if what they say, U.S. military says 10 soldiers have been unalived. At least 20 people have been unalived, more than 6,000 wounded in Iranian attacks on Israel. But I don't know what they're going to do, man. If they can't, if they don't approve this $200 billion, because we already know if Congress passed this and approved this $200 billion, we already know a lot of that money is going to go to Israel. A lot of that equipment is going to go to Israel because I don't know if they're not able to intercept these missiles and these drones, these strikes coming in and destroying their region, central and southern Israel, they have a problem. They have a problem. And we already heard from the guy from Iran. They said they're not stopping. They didn't start this war and they're not going to cease fire. Nope. They should have thought about that before you guys came barging into our country. You should have thought about that before you guys start breaking international laws. You should have thought about that in the beginning. And now Iran says they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. No. Why would we stop for? You started it. We're going to finish it.
Some things are not possible, but I do think that the whole purpose of this whole discourse over Greater Israel is primarily Gaza and the West Bank. Israel can't keep the occupation as long as there's resistance, obviously, in Lebanon and in Syria, but they are focusing more and more on the West Bank, on Area C. Other than that, when you take the number of the population of the Israelis and you take into consideration that there's an economy and that people can't stay at war all the time.
Thank you, Luca. Luca says for you. What time is it for you? Right now, it is 4:30 a.m. Luca, 4:30 a.m. That's what time is it? That's what time it is right now. 4:30 a.m. And thank you so much for the super chat, Luca. Thank you a lot. Appreciate it.
And for many years to come, I don't think that's sustainable, but I do think they are pushing to change the reality on the ground in the West Bank and especially in Area C, and they're using Lebanon and Syria as cards to allow the other regimes that they want to normalize their relations with, to allow them to push their policies in the West Bank and to go back to the
cluster munitions, cluster munitions, cluster munitions. What the hell is cluster munitions? Cluster munitions. Cluster munition is a form of airdrop or ground launch explosive weapon that releases or ejects smaller submunitions. Cluster munitions are airdropped or ground launch weapons. They release a number of smaller submunitions with the intentions to unalive enemy personnel or destroy vehicles. Commonly, this is a cluster bomb that ejects explosive bomblets designed to unalive personnel and destroy vehicles. Blah 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 blah. So I think they're doing that to sort of like confuse the defense system, right? The interceptors. So the interceptor might chase like a portion of the sub munitions, but the other side is actually gonna get through and cause damage. That's crazy, bro. That is elite. I don't think it's elite. I just think it's kind of like smart. Mm. Israeli military says 10 soldiers have been unalived and 309 others injured since outbreak of the conflict. Just 10 soldiers, really? Just 10? Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
borders in Lebanon and Syria.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts there, Abed Abu Shahede, a political commentator in Jaffa.
All right.
Subscribe.
Alrighty. So that was that, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. Thank you so much for subscribing to my channel. Did the lights really just go out? Was that the power? The internet is probably done. Like that just reset everything. What in the world? I think I'm still on the internet though. That's crazy. Did Iran just bomb us? I hope not. Right. They just bombed our desaling our power plants. I think my internet is still here. Anyways, Iran has significantly escalated its military operations by deploying cluster munitions, primarily delivered via ballistic missiles, along its extensive Shahed drone inventory. Okay. Mm. Are we still here? I don't know. I don't even know if we're still here. The power just went out, but the internet is still going. Like, how does that work? The power went out, but the internet is still going. That's crazy. Mm, that's crazy. All right, y'all. Thank you guys for subscribing to the channel. Y'all here? We're here. I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna go use the restroom. When I come back, man, we're gonna end the channel. I mean, we're gonna not end the channel, end the
Make step-by-step guides for any process with.
Cause I'm getting pretty tired. I gotta go use the restroom though.
Joining us on set here is Ross Harrison. He is a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C., and author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. And joining us from Washington, D.C., Harlan Ullman, a former senior naval officer and chairman of the Killowen Group. That's a strategic advisory firm. If I can begin with you, first of all, Ross. I mean, you've authored the book Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy, wondering if you can try and decode their strategy in the war at this point in time. What is it that Iran is doing right now, and does it seem like it's confounding the United States at this point?
Yeah, Tom, it's a very good question. I think what Iran is doing is taking a strategy that they actually developed over the last 30 or 40 years after the Iran-Iraq War, which was fought from 1980 to 1988, which was a strategy of diffusing their power across the region. And they did that in the failed states of Syria during the Syrian civil war, in Lebanon with Hezbollah, with the Hashd-Shabi and PMUs in Iraq, and the Houthis in Yemen. And they distributed their...
Yes, sir. You're welcome, man. Good night, Brother Slothful Bear. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. We need 12 more subscribers to get to 2,600. 12 more to get to 2,600. I need 12 more subscribers right now to get to 2,600 subscribers. I'm going to go to the restroom, guys. Hang out. I'll be right back.
Power through those states. And what we're seeing now is they're doing some of that now as well, but they are also moving this sort of guerrilla strategy, what we call diffusion strategy, of pushing their power out across the region and making themselves a bigger target in a way, a harder target to hit. They're taking that same strategy and moving it to the state level and pushing conflict into where we are sitting here in Doha, into Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, and doing that in order to create a political pressure. They know they can't compete with the United States in terms of kinetic power or military power directly. So what they're doing is, rather than dealing directly with us, they're creating pressure on the United States politically by raising the price of oil, and then obviously the Hormuz Strait obviously plays into that.
Yeah, and it seems to be working at this point in time. Harlan, how difficult is it for the US to try and combat that strategy, as Ross was talking about, this diffusion strategy from Iran, distributing their power, right across a vast territory?
The new Bearskin Hoodie 4.0 claims to be the most advanced, waterproof tactical hoodie ever made. But the real question is, does it work? This is the new Bearskin Hoodie 4.0, and it comes with its own rain jacket that zips into the hoodie for an additional 10,000 millimeters waterproof layer on the outside. The new Bearskin Hoodie comes with 340 GSM of bearskin microfleece, and you can immediately tell the difference. Bearskin keep calling it the ultimate outdoor hoodie. Now, let's take a look at why. Pockets, 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 pockets. There's an insane amount of pockets on this thing. On the outside, we got these 2 waist pockets. Then we've got these 2 arm pockets, with 3 soft drop pockets on the inside as well. And thankfully, the chest pocket is now big enough to even fit the largest of smartphones. And as always, we got these 2 awesome Velcro patch areas if you want to customize your hoodie with your own patches. Okay, so let's talk about windsulation. That's Bearskin's term for their technology on the waist, hood, and these Velcro sections on the wrists. Probably the coolest thing about the Bearskin 4.0 is that you can get it by itself, or you can add this waterproof rain jacket layer that goes over and zips into the hoodie.
I would put it in different terms. Iran has learned from history, how do you defeat the United States? You defeat the United States winning by not losing. The American military won every battle in Vietnam. Who won the war? In the second Iraq war, the American military won every battle. Who won the war? In Afghanistan, the Taliban could say, you have all the watches, we have all the time. Who won? And so what Iran is doing very cleverly, because militarily they are hugely inferior to the United States, is winning by not losing. All they have to do is persist. As Ross says, turn up the pressure in terms of gasoline prices And the stock market is not volatile. The stock markets are down about 10% from their highs just 2 weeks ago. That puts enormous political pressure on Donald Trump at a time when you have a Congress can't even agree about opening up the government. So the strategy of winning by not losing is how weaker powers prevail. And since the Korean War, every war the United States has entered in which the other side has taken the strategy of winning by not losing, we have lost. I wish Donald Trump had a better sense of history.
Yeah, just on that, so it seems like what Harlan's saying there is that Iran...
Among its conditions to end the war, the U.S. want Iran to limit range and number of ballistic missiles. Bro, we can't control their sovereignty, bro. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Whoever just subscribed, thank you so much. We can't control their sovereignty. What they want, man. We have missiles. We have nuclear capabilities. These people do not pose a threat to the United States. They don't pose a threat to Europe nations, any other nations. They don't pose a threat.
Iran's willing to just grind this out and stay in the fight as long as possible. That sort of goes to the point that we've heard from lots of people saying that there are no good options in front of Donald Trump at this point in time. It seems like it's getting more and more difficult by the day for him to find an off-ramp. Would that be fair to say?
I think so, Tom. I think one of the things, just building on what Harlan said, it's winning by not losing and denying the United States the ability to deal with all the contingencies that it has to deal with across the region. And if they come into the strait and they use military boots on the ground, it'll become even more difficult. The other thing I think is important to say, Tom, to the viewers is that what Iran has is a clear sense of a political endgame. You know, Karl von Clausewitz, the ancient or the strategist from the 17th and 18th century, basically said that war is a continuation of politics by other means. So what the and
Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Whoever just subscribed, thank you, guys.
and what they have a clear sense of the political objective, which is to put pressure on Donald Trump. The United States also had a political goal, which was regime change.
Yes.
But they've been denied that. So now it seems like their military might is detached from any clear political outcome, and that's a problem for the United States.
It's also racking up quite large financial losses as well. The United States is facing mounting costs associated with its extensive air and naval assault on Iran. A recent closed-door Pentagon briefing reportedly revealed that the first 6 days of the war cost $11.3 billion. Now, in terms of interceptors, it's cost the US, Israel and Gulf countries about $26 billion to shoot down the hundreds of Iranian drones and missiles fired throughout the region over 16 days of the conflict. Now, the United States has fired more long-range Tomahawk missiles than in any other military campaign in recent history, at least 850 to date.
But yeah, we weren't to blame for the girls' school though, right? It wasn't our Tomahawk missiles that hit the girls' school on the first day of this war. But yet we spent $3 billion on Tomahawk missiles right here. Right here. That's crazy.
Cost of $3.6 million. That's per missile. That's in excess of $3 billion spent just on those munitions. And then there's the human toll of the war, with at least 13 US service members killed and more than 300 wounded in Iranian strikes to date. Helen, if I can come back to you, I mean, those are staggering numbers a month into this war. We know there's a $200 billion that Congress has been asked to try and find to help Donald Trump continue this war. You're talking about Iran not losing, the US just going to continue battering them into submission if they can. How long can they continue trying to do that, at least?
We're running out of bullets, in essence. And if the Houthis decide to blockade the Red Sea or Bab el-Mandeb, we're going to be running out of ships. There's also the personnel cost. The fire on the USS Ford may not have been an accident, would suggest that there are some questions with morale. So the tolls that you look at We've had a relatively small number of Americans killed and wounded so far, thank goodness. But the toll on equipment,
Thank you
the
for
toll on
subscribing to
our
the channel.
weapons magazines and our personnel cannot be calculated. And the fact of the matter is, by bringing in the Marine Expeditionary Units and a brigade of the 82nd Airborne, those forces can establish toeholds, but they cannot sustain themselves. In fact, I've been just watching the movie A Bridge Too Far about the failed Arnhem operation, in which we parachuted in 3 British and American airborne divisions that failed. And so you asked a question about what options does Mr. Trump have. They're both bad. He can withdraw and try and claim victory, or he can escalate. And frankly, escalation is just going to make matters worse, because I don't see any way of resolving this war by sheer use of military force. And as we have discussed, this war is expanding rapidly. It's now expanded to Iraq. And as I said, Russia will become more deeply engaged. And don't forget, one of the clever aspects of Mr. Zelensky, the president of Ukraine's approach, he's going to the Middle East, he's going to the Gulf states to get all the money he needs because he cannot get it from the United States. In other words, his plan B is, I don't think the U.S. is with me for the long term. Will the Arab states help me? That's something else that's going to be a further consideration in American policy.
He was in.
That's heavy, man. That's heavy. I would not believe the numbers you're throwing at us. The equipment costs cannot be calculated. One of your speakers says. Who said that, Tom? Tom, who said that the equipment costs cannot be calculated?
Qatar earlier today. At the same time, Ross, Pakistan's hosting this, what is going to be a crucial summit, no doubt, that begins Sunday, tomorrow. Diplomats from Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, all, I guess, coming together to try and find a way to de-escalate the situation as it stands. Do you think they're going to have any success? Because obviously the US and Iran aren't there. There's so little trust between anyone in the conflict at this point in time. Where do you even begin with something like this?
You know, Tom, it's a great question, because what Iran has done is they've sort of set up a 3D chessboard, right? They're attacking Israel directly, then they're attacking the Gulf Arab states to put pressure on Donald Trump, and then they close the Strait of Mendeb. So they're playing a very complex military or quasi-military game. And then what has to happen is there has to be a 3-dimensional diplomatic game as well. And I think that's what you're seeing in Islamabad, which is
subscribing to the channel. Thank you for this fellow now, Ross. Oh yeah, Ross. Yep, that's Ross. What's his name?
is
Ross.
the states that have a stake.
What is his last name, y'all? Yeah, that's Ross. That's Ross. Ross Harrison. Ross Harrison is the name. Yes, Ross Harrison.
In the outcome here, right? Many of the states that have some kind of a stake in how this plays out are trying to figure out sort of some diplomatic off ramps. The problem is, I think, that bargaining and negotiations take place in a room. They can take place in the airspace, which is not the most constructive way to what we've seen with Donald Trump with the 15-point plan and the 4-point plan on the Iran side. They also take place on the battlefield. And I think there's more, unfortunately, particularly to Harlan's point, when they come in and they're committed to a boots on the ground campaign, which I don't believe they really can achieve any political objective from, then they are basically going to be vulnerable to what the Iranians have to throw at them. And it'll be very, very difficult then for them to negotiate. They'll be on an escalation trap, and it'll be very difficult for them to negotiate their way out.
Yeah, they're further entrenched in this conflict, meaning it's harder to get out.
Anyways, guys, we're going to take a quick sidebar. Hit that like button on the way in, chat. Subscribe to the channel. We're almost at 2,600 subscribers, so go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you enjoy watching the live stream. We're going to take a quick sidebar real quick and just read into this article that came out 4 hours ago, updated 4 hours ago, came from the U.S. Supreme Court Justice appears skeptical over Donald Trump's changes to U.S. birthright citizenships. So we have a total news source, 237. 85 leaning left, 39 leaning right, and 76 leaning center. Last updated 45 minutes ago. So let me just read this just for a minute. Matter of fact, let's find us a good source to read into what happened at the Supreme Court yesterday. So we got the far right, the Liberty Daily, mixed facts. We don't want to read that. That's mixed facts. Um, we have a left-leaning source from the National Memo. It's a high factuality source right there. We have a New York One, New York centered source. Very high factuality on this particular one right here. So we're going to read into this one, maybe. Let's see if we have any more sources available. That's probably the best one. Politico has a very high factuality source. And Sahan Jarna. See what the Politico has to say about it. You guys like the Politico sources? Let me know if you like the Politico. Ross Harris may be the one who stated that equipment costs cannot be calculated. Oh, okay. Okay, so a skeptical court weighs birthright case with huge California stakes. All right, so this came out. Let's see here. Supreme Court. No, I don't want to log into this. Is this serious? Are they seriously stopping me from reading this? It's not even a. All right. I don't even want to deal with Politico. Politico, you want to do that? All right, bet. We're not even going to read your source. We'll go back to NY1. See if I can get something on this real quick.
Approximately 4 in 10 New York City residents are foreign-born. The Trump administration has said this would not be retroactive, meaning it would only impact the families of some foreign-born New Yorkers who decide to have children in the future. And keep in mind, this would only apply to certain groups of children whose parents are non-citizens. For example, DACA recipients and those receiving humanitarian protections would be impacted. President Donald Trump's motorcade was greeted with protest Wednesday morning as he became the first sitting U.S. president to attend oral arguments in the Supreme Court. At the center of the debate, the president's own actions. He issued an executive order on the first day of his second term, attempting to end the constitutional guarantee of birthright citizenship.
The executive branch cannot be overruling the Constitution because if Trump can just simply reinterpret the 14th Amendment, then he can reinterpret any amendment, and any of his successors could too.
Presidents do not have the power to unilaterally change the language or interpretation of a constitutional amendment. Doing so requires a rigorous process involving Congress. Both liberal and conservative justices expressed concern Wednesday that allowing the administration to proceed with the order may erode the nation's separation of powers. Meanwhile, the Trump administration maintained
Even the justices, even the Supreme Court justices that he appointed, even the ones that he appointed had a problem with what he was trying to do. It's just ridiculous, bro. Sometimes I just feel like he just be doing shit, just throwing shit at the board just to see what sticks, just so he can stamp his name in history and try to make it seem like he did the most of anything he could do as a president, even if it didn't make sense.
that the measure is necessary to combat birth tourism, a phenomenon in which pregnant women travel to the U.S. to deliver, ensuring U.S. citizenship for their child.
No, but of course, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out to, where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen.
Well, it's a new world. It's the same Constitution.
After exiting the court, the president wrote on social media that the U.S. is the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. He left the court as arguments against his position, made by the ACLU, kicked off. The civil rights group.
He be saying some stupid shit. It be so dumb. Like, he think everybody is stupid. He said we the only country in the world that allow birthright citizenship. Just like he be saying that we the only country in the world that that participate in mail-in ballots, which is both are a lie. Both are not true. But he just be saying the same shit every single week, making these claims that are not true, and people literally run with it. People just take it face value and just it's crazy the amount of people who don't fact check nothing that he says. Nothing.
Group's executive director said he was pleased the president attended.
I was especially gratified that President Trump was sitting a mere 6 feet away from me. And I hope that he was schooled in the importance of birthright citizenship.
And regarding the president's social media post, a Pew Research Center analysis found that 32 countries, most of them in the Western Hemisphere, have birthright citizenship laws that are substantially similar to the United States.
32 countries? Roughly 30 to 35 countries in the world offer unconditional automatic birthright citizenship. Is it raining outside? Damn! Bro, it's pouring down outside, chat. It's pouring down outside. Jeez. I'm like, dog, what's happening? Appreciate the information, Mr. Anderson. Yeah, she just said 32. So she said 32.
Approximately 50 or so additional countries have similar but more limited variations. In Washington, Shannon Ryan.
So 50 or so countries have similar birthright citizenship laws, but just limited variations. Okay.
In New York 1.
All right, guys. So we were just taking a quick sidebar. We're going to try to see if we can get this to just a little bit more so I can read it. So, so conservative justices appear poised to strike down Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship, chat. So a little over 14 months after President Donald Trump issued an executive order seeking to end birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants and temporary foreign visitors, the Supreme Court has officially begun its review of the legality of the measure. Okay? So the 9-member panel heard oral arguments Wednesday morning in the case, referred to as Trump versus Barbara, with the president in the courtroom. Okay, the president was definitely present there. So marking the first time that a sitting U.S. president has attended oral arguments in the nation's highest court. So this was the first time, right? Marking the first time that a sitting U.S. president has attended oral arguments in the nation's highest court. Okay, so what you need to know is what they already told us. All right, President do not have the power to unilaterally change the language or interpretation of a constitutional amendment. Doing so requires a rigorous process involving Congress. All right, so we know he liked to do a lot of shit without congressional advice or congressional say so. So on Wednesday, liberal and conservative justices expressed concern that allowing the administration to proceed with the order may erode the nation's separation of power. All right. So let's get into this right here. Trump attended the proceedings of approximately an hour and a half. He left as Cecilia Wang, National Legal Director of the American Civil Liberties Union, kicked off her arguments. Wang is representing Barbara, a new mother from Honduras, whose daughter would be denied U.S. citizenship if Trump executive order is allowed to take effect. If you credit the government's theory, the citizenship of millions of Americans, past, present, and future, could be called into question, Wayne told the justices. U.S. Solicitor General D. John Sauer sought to defend the Trump administration position, arguing that the 14th Amendment does not extend citizenship to children of temporary visa holders or illegal aliens, unlike the newly freed slaves. Those visitors lack direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. What? What? Wait a minute. Hold up. Am I reading that right? Yo, did that say unlike oh okay. So he said unlike the newly freed slaves, those visitors lack direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. Bro, hold on, bro. I'm tripping right now. And he walked out. Hold on. Do y'all know this guy? Dean John Sawyer? Dean John Sawyer. Do y'all know this guy? Wow. Dean John Sawyer is an American lawyer who has served as the Solicitor General of the United States since 2025. He previously served as General of Missouri from 2017 to 2023. In 2024, he represented Donald Trump in his successful appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court in Trump versus United States, which was a landmark decision giving President absolute immunity for actions taken with their core duties. A Solicitor General of Missouri, Sawyer sought to overturn the 2020 United States presidential election. As Solicitor General of the United States, Sawyer argued in front of the Supreme Court to limit the birthright citizenship and to include Department of Government efficiency as a presidential advisory body with the executive office of the president. Mm, 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 mm. Wow. Wow. Mm, that's interesting. That's interesting what he said, man. It's quite interesting what he said. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, guys. We are almost at 2,600. We need 3 more subscribers to get to 2,600. 3 more subscribers to get to 2,600. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so Sawyer also presented the measure as necessary to combat birth tourism, a phenomenon in which women travel to the United States to deliver, thus securing U.S. citizenships for their infant. Bro, we are a nation of immigrants. We are a nation of immigrants, bro. Like, what are you talking about? All of y'all traveled to the United States and had babies and started the nation. What are you talking about? You trying to take that away from people? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Keep it up, my G. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel. Thank you. I appreciate you. On Wednesday, both liberal and conservative justices expressed concern that allowing the administration to proceed with the order may erode the nation's separation of power. Presidents do not have the power to unilaterally change the language or interpretation of the constitutional amendment. Doing so requires a rigorous process involving Congress. And quote, we're in a new world now, as Justice Alito pointed out, to where 8 billion people are one plane ride away from having a child who's a U.S. citizen, Sauer told Chief Justice John Roberts. John Roberts replied and said, well, it's a new world. It's a new world, but it's the same Constitution. It's a new world, but it's the same Constitution, said Robert. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. After exiting the court, the president wrote on social media that the United States is the only country in the world stupid enough to allow birthright citizenship. How stupid is he? Chat, how stupid is he? Somebody help him out. Help him out, chat. A Pew Research Center analysis found that 32 countries, most of them in the Western Hemisphere, have birthright citizenships laws that are substantially similar to the United States. Another 50 or so countries have similar but more limited variations. All right. So Anthony Romero says, I was especially gratified that President Trump was sitting a mere 6 feet away from me, and I hope that he was schooled in the importance of birthright citizenship. All right. If allowed to take effect, Trump's order would apply to an estimated 255,000 infants born in the United States per year over the next 50 years, according to projections made in 2025 by the research from the Migration Policy Institute and Penn State's Population Research Institute. According to the New York City's Comptroller Office, 4 in 10 New Yorkers are foreign born. A decision in the case is expected before the end of the court's term in late June or July. All right. All right. All right, guys. What do y'all think about that? Chat, what do y'all think about that? All right. Pregnant women rarely fly. Too risky in the first and third trimester, says Green Olive. That makes sense. That makes sense. We also don't vote by race or for race and gender. Okay. Okay. All right, y'all. We reached our goal. We reached our goal of 2,600 subscribers, guys. Thank you so much for subscribing to the channel, guys. I am done for today. I am done for today. We've been live for about 3 hours. And so we're going to go ahead and cut it. And so you guys have a great rest of your day. Happy Thursday. Take care. And God bless each and every one of you. All right. So take it easy, guys. Thank you so much for hitting the like button. Thank you to everybody who sent me super chats and gifts. I appreciate each and every one of you. So take care